Call the meeting to order.
Good morning.
Good morning. Would anybody like to adjourn this meeting right now because it's going to be a beautiful day? We'll come back Wednesday when it's raining. We might be here Wednesday. So are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing no hands, I'll indicate I have one with 13D, so we'll have to bow out. I'll ask Councillor Bocek to sit in my chair for that particular item. I do have a resolution here. It's moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Douglas, and I'm assuming it's exactly the same as what's on our council agenda.
It is.
There we go. Anybody need me to read the whole thing? No? Questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5. Carries. Thank you. Okay, so we will return at 10 a.m. for the public meetings, unless we're done early, in which case we might do some of the stuff later on in the agenda to move things along. Just so council knows, we do have a special meeting starting at 3 today, so if we're not finished this one, I would like to adjourn the rest of the meeting till tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get through everything. We'll see. And after the special meeting, I'm supposed to be in Manette at 5 o'clock. I know I'm going to have trouble doing that, but so be it. So, let's go do our closed. Good. See our fire rating sign slowly fell down to the green. It's where it should be. Goodness. That was pretty scary. Right. Oh, sorry about that. Morning, how are you doing? Good, how are you?
Good to be here.
Is it 12B on the PDF, Larry, you want me to see it? I didn't write it. I did
13D.
13D? Make sure I'm not heavily interested in that one too. 13. Oh, the land swap. Is that the one, the land swap? Yeah, the land swap.
Added into it's one of our customers. Having to see it sitting on somebody's current one, I think, we're in the process of give it a whole. I bought one at Princess Autos, so I have a bill of sale. I don't even remember, probably at a Taiwanese something or other.
There's actually 3 benefits.
Oh, really? Well, it'd be good to.
One up near back here.
And all the time, when I was in problem, and I remember why I had to hang up. Did I have a question?
Like we borrowed some fire hose.
Okay, good.
Like that. Son wanted to water, everything watered my neighbors, watered our spot.
Now, okay, we've got it.
But that's what, so there's 3.
Where did you buy that fire hose? It's just a big and then 2 inch. I think Brian said he had some.
What to do?
No, I think that's Ken Arborough's. Is it Paul's?
Somebody present buildings where they have hose cabinets and that, they can only leave that hose in there for a certain period of time. Right, so then you buy that, you buy their old stuff.
Thanks. I'm sure you do.
I'm going to say 9. There you go. That's my official.
So we can do consent, adopt the agenda. I guess we could get into applications if we are.
After reading the highlights, so you're basically asking for some questions of clarity and read the resolution and any debate. Good enough?
I'm kind of a champ.
Oh, yes?
Maybe retain of office.
We can both hold it up like this.
You run in and grab the change.
I don't even know what it is in your office.
Probably.
Probably be after lunch by the time we get to that anyways. Let's just. It was an individual, which is part of it, and explained to me some. Yeah, I know. Buy me lunch. Afterwards, they didn't offer to buy me lunch, and maybe something like that. I don't know.
Okay, council, we'll call the meeting back to order. Normally, folks, we're in closed session till 10, but we finished early, so I'm going to forge ahead and do a couple things that don't matter a whole lot that people hear. Just because we have a full agenda today and then another special meeting at 3 o'clock. Coming out of closed session, I have a resolution. It's moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 9:40 a.m. without a report. Questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. So if we could have the consent agenda. There it is. So our public meetings are scheduled to start at 10 a.m., so I'm going to do a couple of things before that. For our consent agenda, the resolution is moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council hereby adopts sections Roman numeral 1 to Roman numeral 4, contained in Part 8 consent agenda dated September 12, 2016, as circulated or amended, and that authorization is given for the actions to be taken as may be necessary to give effect to any recommendations that may be contained hereto. Are there any recommendations for amendment to the consent agenda? Seeing none, it will read as circulated. Call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Agenda one. It's moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council... Those are some of the ones we got to sign. Where's the agenda one? Thank you. Still the same mover and seconder. Be it resolved that Council adopt the regular agenda of the September 12, 2016 meeting as amended or circulated. Are there any suggestions for amendment today? Seeing none, it will read as circulated. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. there's enough time to do section 11, we can do communications from mayor and council if you like. And who wants to start today? Councilor Bochek?
Mine will be very fast and simple, since it's summertime and we're supposed to be out enjoying the weather. I took part in the Canoe for Cancer on Little Lake and Gloucester Pool, which was a great fundraising event. We started by bringing the canoes down the big chute, dumping them into Gloucester Pool, and then they canoed from Gloucester Pool up to the Port Severn Park where there was a reception. And Councillor Douglas and myself and our spouses donned our sea-doos and went dock to dock collecting funds, and I'm happy to report that on Saturday we collected $15,000 off the docks in Gloucester Pool and Port Severn. So I'd like to thank everybody that was involved and thank all those who donated. Outside of that, I had many meetings with constituents on 6 Mile Lake, in Gloucester Pool, and in Port Severn. And a lot of those will be coming up in the meetings in the months to come. And that was it for me for the month.
Thank you very much, that's awesome.
Sorry. Subsequent to that, Jennifer Schneier, our EDO, our Economic Development Officer, also donned her sea-doo and went dock to dock collecting funds. And she's currently recovering from breast cancer. She did a great job. Thank you, Jennifer. She's watching us today.
I don't see a blue light on, so maybe we're not being recorded.
No?
Councilor Cooper, would you like to go second?
Sure. Like Councilor Bochek, it was a busy time, but mostly related to social activities out on the bay and enjoying the summer. However, did attend meetings at the district, and in terms of the other events, they basically were social events with organizations that I support, including the Georgian Bay Land Trust. And finally, I'd like to congratulate my fellow councillors on their dock-to-dock collections. It sounds like they were very successful going to those docks. You must have been very persuasive, so well done.
Had 2 good-looking girls with us.
3.
3. My wife.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilor Kay?
Okay, it was an interesting month. I attended my first OND hearing, which was very, very informative. I met with MPAC, and the person I met with is, if you have any issues, meeting with them at the township was great. Professionalism, they were outstanding. I went to a Honey Harbor Association dedication of the schoolhouse, it's finally finished. Library board meeting. Unfortunately, the Jazz Fest in Honey Harbor was canceled due to rain. I attended Tomahawk Club for the closing of their season. And the last thing I did was I went to a memorial for Big Joe Cormier. He passed away in August. And it was the memorial, there had to be over 100 people there, because everybody knew Big Joe was the guy. And other than constituent issues, I too had a quiet month.
Councilor Douglas?
Great. Like other councils, it's holiday times, and it's been a bit of a different month, and it's been quiet in some ways, but the Canoe for Cancer was certainly one of our most productive, I would say, ventures that I got off onto again this year. Second time that we were able to do that together, and it's a fabulous fundraiser. I also attended a focus group for aging in Mactier, which is a district initiative, which is an initiative trying to put together what our aging population is requiring in our area. Very informative, and I think it's a great initiative. Also, I attended in Mactier an initiative also by district, which is the lake system health of all of our lakes in the district, and again, that's very informative. Other than that, there was just a number of meetings with our constituents and various groups in the district and my particular ward, and other than that, it was pretty quiet for me.
Sure. So, first of all, congratulations to Brian and his harem for collecting so much money out there. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was
We'll have to send you around a few other lakes.
Well, the Gloucester Pool Cottages Association sure stepped up to the bat here. Very proud of it.
Good, good. I'm sure everybody saw the news yesterday. It was a 15-year anniversary, if you could call it such, for 9/11. I still very distinctly remember what I did that day, and that was go grab kids out of schools. An awful day to remember. And thanks to all the volunteers and those that lost their lives at the event and volunteering afterwards. So I too had a relatively quiet month. I was down east, left right after the Chamber Golf Tournament. I went and revisited a number of biospheres. There's some pretty awesome places in Canada to visit, and then people ask you, well, what are you doing down here? You're from Muskoka, it's so beautiful up there. Well, yes, it is, absolutely. But I have to see all the other beautiful places too. So, speaking of the Chamber Golf Tournament, there were 35 teams there, so it was almost full. They were raising funds for the Georgian Bay General Hospital. I don't have the figure as yet, but I think over the last 2 years they raised $30,000 and then $32,000. So we'll see what transpires this year. And since I have a great audience out here, and I see some people are going to be in my mayor's golf tournament, but maybe we can collect a couple more. The last I heard, we had 33 teams registered, so it's almost full, and we have a number of people coming for dinner only. That can be done. I believe it's $55 just for the dinner if you don't golf. It's being held at Oak Bay this year. The clubhouse is open. Proceeds will be split between the radio for cardiology at RVH, which we're trying to get a cardiac ward there, which will save a lot of people having to be transported to South Lake, which is actually too far if you consider the time frame from when you have your attack till you need proper care. And the other half of the funds will go towards the Simcoe Muskoka Regional Cancer Center, which we've supported over a number of years. And I can tell you, and this is basically because of Jennifer Schneier and her battle, but also there are so many people that I run into here, either permanent or seasonal, that have benefited from not having to drive to either Sudbury or Toronto for their treatments. A number of people that come up through the summer, they just have to drive to Barrie to get their treatment so they don't have to go back home. And I guess the exciting part of my tour down east was answering phone calls. There were a number of them and a few emails in regards to what I've called the special meeting for at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It was in regards to planning and building permit matters. So we're going to try and come up with some real spiffy ideas on how to speed things up there. It's not a griping session. We're going to put our heads together and hopefully we come out of the meeting with some good ideas. And that's all I have to report at this time, and I see it's just after 10 and we better start our public meetings. We'll come back to you, Laurie, afterwards for your report. So this morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 4 Shore Road closing applications. I'll briefly summarize the procedure. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated and summarize any correspondence on file. Next, the deputy clerk will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the application. From there, the applicant and members of the public will have an opportunity to speak to the bylaw being considered. Council will then consider the bylaw immediately following. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act SO 2001 C25 as amended to deal with the following proposed road closing bylaws. 2016-81 for Bowman, 2016-82 for McCurdy, 2016-83 for Cook, and 2016-85 for Stewart.
Notice of the public meeting was published in a newspaper, and notice was sent to the abutting neighbors in the close proximity of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
And over to you, Amber. Welcome.
Okay, so our first application is for 9178 Georgian Bay Shore. It's for road allowance, as they requested, and to be closed, the septic system is located on the parcel. And there's also a portion that is shore road allowance that's being requested to feed and out of the parcel. The total area to be sold is 2,076 square meters for a purchase price of $13,422 plus HST. Staff have no concerns.
Thank you. So is the applicant here today?
Present.
Anything you wish to add, or?
No, that's correct. Correct.
Here. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application today? I don't see any hands. Any second thoughts to the applicant? No? I always like to give everybody the golden opportunity, so. Okay. So,
Our second,
we'll deal with the bylaw. So, council, any questions or clarification before I read the bylaw? Councilor Bocek?
Just one question for clarification. You mentioned that there was a septic bed on the property currently, and the reason for purchasing the shore road allowance was because of that. Does the septic bed meet the current setbacks that are in the official plan bylaws? And secondly, I would hope, I don't think, but the septic system is not on the shore road allowance property, is it?
I'll answer that, Councilor Bocek. The septic system, I'm going to assume, does not meet the setbacks because it's on our property and not their property. When it comes to them owning that section of road allowance, we can't comment on whether it meets the setbacks or not, as it already exists, and it's been in existence for quite a few years. They had a lease with the township years ago that Amber was not here, I was not here, I don't think anyone here was working here at that time. We can't really comment on that. But the septic system is already in existence, but it is not on the shore road allowance. It is just on the road allowance, and he's purchasing the shore road allowance, as Amber says, to even it out.
Thank you.
In reality, the septic system wouldn't be part of this discussion. So moved by Councilor Bocek, seconded by Councilor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council pass bylaws 2016-81, being a bylaw to stop up and close the road allowance and shore road allowance adjacent to 9178 Georgian Bay Shore. Questions, comments, Council? Councilor Kay?
Okay, I noticed on here that the neighbor has no problem with the application. He had no interest in buying any of it. Not sure what the road. He has no interest in that.
No interest in it.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. For a second application.
All right, our second application is for 9178 Georgian, oh, sorry, that was the last one. Let's move on. The second application is for 63007 River Shore. It's for shore road allowance, and the purpose of, to require, or request a permit to make alterations to their dock. The total area to be sold is 988 square meters for a purchase price of $7,904 plus HST. Staff have no concerns. We have received neighbor calls with concerns about the process and just determining the lot line, and that will answer through the process, not with the application. We're no concerns with the application, just the process.
Okay. Is the applicant here today? No? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application? Seeing none. Council, any questions or clarification on this before I read the bylaw? That's okay.
When it says to make alterations to the existing dock, do you know if it's increasing, do you know anything about the alteration?
No, through your worship, to Councillor Kay, the reason that they would want to purchase it for alterations is because they would not be issued a permit for anything on that parcel until they owned it. So we don't know what the alterations will be, but at the time they apply for a building permit, it will be reviewed by planning and building to make sure it complies.
Okay, because I noticed that it's under EP, so it's in EP zone.
That would be an issue with, and also on this application, on the zoning bylaw, or the zoning map, it shows EP is not on the waterfront. It's closer to the rear of the property.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So read the bylaw. It's moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council pass bylaw 2016-82, being a bylaw to stop up and close the shore road allowance adjacent to 6300 Severn River Shore. So open it up to council for questions, comments. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Here. So our third application.
Our third application is for 986 Lost Channel Shore, for a bylaw to pass for to stop up and close the shore allowance, as well as a heating bylaw for the portion of the planned subdivision. It is a shore allowance application with respect to all wishing to acquire a permit to make alterations to their dock. The total square area per meters is 1,457, and the purchase price is $11,656 plus HST. Staff have no concerns with this application.
Is the applicant here today? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application? I can tell you, not all of our applications go this quick, so. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Council, any questions or clarification before I read the bylaw? Seeing none. So it's moved by Councillor Bochek and seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council pass bylaws 2016-83 and 2016-84, being a bylaw to stop up and close the shore road allowance adjacent to 986 Lost Channel Shore, and a deeming bylaw to deem the property no longer on a plan of subdivision. So open it up to councilors for questions, comments. Councilor Bochek?
My question is to Madam Clerk. In this application, was this submitted previous to the raise and increase of the price per meter?
It will say in your report, I don't have it in front of me,
Okay, I just didn't see where it said the price per square meter. There was a,
Through your worship, it was received on March 7th, 2015.
thank you. I was just trying to save a little bit.
Any other questions? Comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that one carries. And final.
Final application is for 14108 Georgian Bay Shore. Is for shore road allowance purchase. Because their request to be closed because there are structures located on the parcel. The total square area is 572 square meters for a purchase price of $4,576 plus HST. Staff has no concerns on this application.
Is the applicant here today? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application? Councilors, any questions or clarification? Councilor Cooper?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the location of the shore road allowance, and there seems to be in this diagram that we have a sort of non-shore road allowance section. Is that road allowance, or what is that exactly? It's sort of the upper, in this not this diagram here, but the diagram is, shows the overall general area. Do you see that? That one. Yeah, so what you show in that diagram is black, and mine is white.
That's just a mere PDF issue with our system. When we convert a Word document, which is black, and it goes to PDF, it turns white. So the property is actually one of that white parcel that you're seeing on your report, but it's supposed to be black like that. So it's just a shore road allowance.
So the shore road allowance is really shore road allowance, and that little black portion is part of the owner's property.
That's right.
Thank you.
Any other questions for clarification? So moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council pass bylaw 2016-85, being a bylaw to stop up and close the shore road allowance adjacent to 14108 Georgian Bay Shore. So open it up to councilors for questions, comments. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. So that was an easy one. So that section of our public meetings is now closed. And we'll move on to item 7. And this is to deal with the development at Port Severn Heights. this is a little bit different type public meeting. Every once in a while we do this. It's a joint meeting with the District of Muskoka, and District Chair John Klink is here, and Councillor Alan Edwards, who sits on council in the Muskoka Lakes, is here, and Melissa from staff is here, and anyone else? Nobody else from district? No? Okay. So I have a script here. So welcome everyone. This morning, the District Planning and Economic Development Committee and the Township Council are holding concurrent public meetings for a draft plan of subdivision application and a zoning bylaw amendment application. These applications have been submitted by Port Severn Heights, Inc. in order to facilitate a residential development proposal. Township of Georgian Bay Council is in attendance, as well as District Chair John Klink and District Councillor Alan Edwards as representatives from the District Planning and Economic Development Committee. District staff member Melissa Halford, the Manager of Planning, and Township staff members Nick Popovich, Director of Development Services, and Gordon Dixon, Manager of Planning, are also in attendance. This morning, District Chair Klink and I will be sharing the duties of Chair. For simplicity and clarity, we have both agreed that I will provide the introductions and guide us through the meeting, and Chair Klink will provide the closing instructions and remarks. I didn't know that till now. If that's okay with you. Okay? The purpose of these public meetings is twofold. One, to provide the District Planning and Economic Development Committee, Township Council, and the public with details and background information on the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment. Two, to hear comments from the public on the proposals prior to decisions being made. No decisions are being made today on these applications. However, please be advised that if you do not make an oral submission today at these meetings or make written submissions in advance of the District of Muskoka and the Township of Georgian Bay making decisions on the applications, you are not entitled to appeal the decisions to the Ontario Municipal Board, nor may the Board add you as a party to a hearing of appeal unless there are reasonable grounds to do so. The procedure for these public meetings will provide an opportunity for staff to briefly summarize the proposal, for the applicant or their agent to make presentation, for district and township council members present to ask questions or seek clarification, and for the public to make comments. In this process, it is important to remember that anyone wishing to make representation do so through the chair. We will now convene the public meetings in accordance with sections 34 and 51 of the Planning Act. At this time, I would ask Ms. Halford and Mr. Dixon to advise as to how, when, and to whom notice of the public meeting was given, and please summarize the proposal and associated correspondence received to date. So I turn it over to you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So I'm here today with Gordon to provide committee and council with information on the Port Severn Heights proposal and subdivision, and Gordon will provide information on the related zoning bylaw amendment application. So the land subject to these applications are located within the urban center of Port Severn, on the west side of Highway 400, north of the Port Severn Heights Stage 1, which is located in the general area here. The lands are approximately 17 hectares or 42 acres in area, and they're currently vacant. The lands consist of open barrens and scattered shrubs, deciduous forests covered in parts and some small wetland area. The majority of the subject lands are flat, with the exception of a steep slope, not on this application, sorry about that, but the majority of the property are pretty flat. And a lake may traverses the property to the, to access that cell tower that's on the property. So the proposal that's before you today consists of 44 residential lots intended for single-family residential development, and 9 lots containing 35 multiple residential units, 28 townhome units, and 45 single detached residential units. You can see the singles are proposed in this area here, town in here, and singles along here. The draft plan also includes 4 lots to be designated for open space and 3 stormwater management lots. The development will proceed in 6 phases and would permit the construction of a total of 153 residential units on the property. All proposed residential lots and blocks are to be accessed by an extension of a proposed public road or by way of an internal corner road in this general area here. And all the development will be serviced with municipal water and sewer services. So here's an air photo of what exists today. And this is the proposed acquisition here. So the lands are currently vacant, as you can see. They're surrounded by single detached residential uses to the east, down in this location, back down in this location here. And light industrial commercial uses are also in the area. As I mentioned before, the lands are located north of what the owner is referring to as phase 1 of the 476 proposal, which you can sort of see in red there. And this draft approved plan contains a total of 225 residential units that have not yet been registered for sale. So in support of the subdivision application as well as the rezoning application, a functional servicing report, including stormwater management and a brief traffic study, was submitted and has been circulated to the district engineering and public works department as well as the townships for their review and comment. Traffic noise impact study was also completed due to the proximity of the land to Highway 400, and a peer review of this document is now incomplete. The peer reviewer agrees with the findings of the study and provided that all mitigation measures are imposed, the proposal would meet the MOE transportation noise guidelines. An EIS was also submitted and subsequently peer reviewed as well. The peer reviewer agrees with the findings of the environmental impact study and that provided appropriate mitigation measures are implemented, the development will not negatively impact the natural environment. Lastly, as the lands are considered regulated habitats for snakes under the Endangered Species Act 2007, the applicant and their ecological consulting firm have been working closely with the MNRS in order to obtain an overall benefit permit for this species. The overall benefit permit would be required prior to development and occurring on these lands. We're working forward to the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. Just to touch on the implementing zoning bylaw that will be coming back before council after this public meeting. The proposed zoning is to implement the plan of subdivision as described by Melissa. And effectively is to place a site-specific residential zoning on the property, commonly known as a flex zoning. The flex zoning would permit a wide range of residential uses, ranging in residential densities from a single detached dwelling to a duplex, townhouse dwellings, and apartment, fourplex and apartment dwelling units. For the most part, that is the proposed amending zoning bylaw to implement the plan subdivision. Secondarily, a portion of the existing plan as proposed is to be placed into the environmental protection category. The site-specific residential multiple zoning that's proposed includes some site-specific zone provisions aside from the flex zoning for permitted residential uses. provide a minimum interior side yard setback of nil, where units are attached by a common wall, so that would be a situation for, say, a semi-detached unit or a townhouse unit, obviously. A minimum landscape open space for townhouse, triplex, fourplex, and apartment dwellings from between 30 and 40 square meters per dwelling unit, which would exceed our current maximum zoning bylaw, and maximum height of dwellings with detached walls of 8 meters. Further, no driveway or garage shall exceed 45% of the width of the lot, which is somewhat of an urban design guideline for the phase 2. And lastly, the holding symbol will address the requirement of the applicant to enter into a service agreement prior to the removal of the holding symbol. There is currently a holding symbol on the property which isn't applicable really to what is being proposed in the current draft plan. So staff has suggested that a revised holding symbol be placed on the property with the condition to remove the hold to be the entering into a servicing agreement by council. And of course, the removal of that hold upon such completion of the servicing agreement would require council approval. So to give the location of where the site-specific zoning is proposed, the site-specific zoning, the residential zoning is proposed along here, where the residential uses are proposed on the planned subdivision. This hatched area is our lands which will be placed as a result of the amended zoning bylaw into an environmental protection zone. For the purposes of the Planning Act and the Township's official plan, the written notification of the public meeting was mailed to all agencies and every property owner within 120 meters, and that date of circulation was August 12th of this year. The applications were also circulated to required municipal departments, and a sign that has been by the property is posted. We have received, for the most part, 2 comments from the agencies. We haven't received public comments with respect to the application, but the comments we've received from agencies include those that we received from the district and Ministry of Natural Resources, which are to be addressed, and again, as I say, in the site-specific amending zoning bylaw and subdivision agreement, but primarily they deal with items of servicing, which were provided to us by the district, and the species at risk items and the overall benefit application is still outstanding, and those were provided by the Ministry of Natural Resources. The next steps,
We don't hold public meetings with district and township very often. I thought it might be helpful to explain where we go from here. So once all public and agency comments have been considered, the next step is for district planning staff to prepare the conditions of draft approval, and for the district committee to consider granting draft approval of the planning subdivision. If approved, the district's decision is subject to a 20-day appeal period. Once approved, the applicant's responsibility is to fulfill the conditions of draft approval. And this typically involves entering into municipal servicing agreements, such as before mentioned, that was required for the holding symbol, and to ensure that technical recommendations of the studies have been implemented that are of interest to the township and the district and other commenting agencies. Once all conditions have been fulfilled, the draft plan can be filed for the register. So, for the next step in the zoning bylaw.
With respect to the anticipated arrival back to council of the amending zoning bylaw, we will consider any comments that come out of this meeting today by either the public or by council. And we will formulate a staff report for consideration by council at the earliest possible date. So largely this meeting is to generate comments on the plan as well as on the amending zoning bylaw. So at the earliest possible date, staff will endeavor to have staff report back to council, summarizing those comments, if any are received today. So we anticipate a report back to council at the earliest possible date.
Sure.
So that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Bocek?
Just a question of clarity. Being that this is phase 2 or part 2 of a bigger plan, and Phase 1 is not, or is attached to this, and is marked out in red there. Your 120 meters that you involved the mailing of, is it from Phase 2 or is it from the entire property? Because from Phase 2, there's no one within 120 meters, but from the entire project, there is many people within that 120 meters.
I believe, in order to, but I believe the land ownership is under one ownership, correct? So the circulation is sent from the furthest extent of that ownership of those lands. So, I would have to review our file to see that exact radius of where it ended up and which properties are taken into account, but typically when we enter in the address to be circulated, it's generated as a radius from the furthest extent of the ownership of that property. So if it was in a single ownership, if it is, it would be taken from the extent of Phase 1 and Phase 2 as shown here.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Kay?
I read in the report that Phase 1 expires September 18th of this month, and it's got to come up to district for reissuance or whatever. How long a period are those given for?
Your worship, the initial draft approval is typically given for 5 years. This development does take a little bit longer to come to fruition. In other parts of the province, we typically give 5 years for initial draft approval, and then extensions are given on approximately 2 years, generally a 2-year basis. So every 2 years, the file is reviewed, and an application is made to extend that draft approval, and by the applicant, and district and township staff work together on the review to see whether the applicant plan is still viable and meets the current policy set and review of that nature. And then the applicant is typically granted a 2-year extension. So given the date of that, we have the ability to issue a staff 30-day extension to allow for the process to continue. So the file will last on that exact day. There's an opportunity for staff to give it a 30-day or a 2-year review or 2-year extension.
Okay, and subsequent, Phase 1, by virtue of Phase 1 versus Phase 2, does Phase 1 have to be done first?
Yeah, through your worship, yes, everything, the way the approval list will be drafted and the way the zoning holdings within and put in place, and the official plan policies that specifically relate to this policy and the township plan, it has to be a phased approach. So yes, they have to finish Phase 1 completely before going on to Phase 2.
Okay, one more question. Why are they coming to Phase 2 when they haven't started Phase 1?
I can, my understanding is in order to get a critical mass of residential development approved on the property, the applicant and the agent are here to stay, so there may be an opportunity to have to speak to them regarding that.
Thank you.
Councilor Wojcik?
Another question regarding the biologist report. First, is the biologist report a public report that anybody can have access to? And secondly, you've recognized that the fox-nated snake is a species at risk. Is there any other species of risk within that document that we should be concerned with as council?
Through your worship, the environmental report is of course available to the public, and we have on the township staff have a copy of that as well, and you can come and take a look at that. As it relates to your second question, anything that is a species of risk, endangered or threatened, all of those types of species are being dealt with through the overall benefit permit from the Ministry of Natural Resources. The way the spiritual policy is set up and the overall benefit permit is set up, anything to do with species at risk has to be dealt with through the policy. We don't municipal staff don't have the authority to address species at risk habitat and whether there's going to be any impact or not. So the ministry is doing all of that to build all that.
Okay, and subsequent to that, do you have any mapping of provincially significant wetlands that fall within this area? And how is that in relationship to where the residential lots are planned to be structured?
There are no, your worship, there's no provisions in the zoning law.
Thank you.
Any other questions, clarification? Seeing none. So, I know the applicant is here today. Welcome. Great day for driving up from Niagara, did you? Or, yeah. Lanny, are you making a presentation?
Yes, good morning, council. My name is Wayne Simpson and Associates. I represent the owners of the property. I think that's a fair and accurate assessment of the proposals presented by both the district and township planning department. It's been a consultative, iterative, collaborative, cooperative process to get to this point. As mentioned by the planners, a number of studies were prepared. The traffic noise report is peer reviewed. Environmental impact study, it was peer reviewed. Functional servicing report to be reviewed by the district of Spoka. And we require before we get approval for the C permit from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, they require a draft plan approval of the draft plan, and then they start their 90-day service delivery to issue the C permit. The highlights so far, I guess, if you can call them that, removed phase 3 from the application, and also removed a number of lots that were sort of in the southwest corner. So phase 3 is up in this vicinity here. That was removed. In this area here, there was a number of single-family residential lots that were also removed from the consultative process that we've engaged with the ministry and the township. There has been a decrease in the total number of units from approximately 222 units down to 152 units. And as I indicated, most of the units now are located on the east side of the property along what we call the Bell Tower Road in this vicinity here. From a subdivision, from a draft plan perspective, the proposed draft plan is to propose to develop with 44 singles indicated by the planners, and 41 of those along Bell Tower Road, 35-foot frontage singles. And a number of blocks, 3 stormwater blocks, as well as some open space blocks. So if you will, the development itself, basically this whole area here will be green, just right in through here. The residential development will be in this configuration as well as along Bell Tower Road. So essentially that's all green space. That will be protected through the application of the environmental protection zoning as proposed by the township staff. The existing zoning could permit single-family residential dwellings as of now. There was a settlement back in 2010, 2011 with the Ontario Municipal Board where the district and the township and the owner of the property agreed to put the land use laws in place as well as single-family residential zoning. So what we're doing is as a benchmark and we're just expanding on that, if you will, along the Bell Tower Road. This zoning actually will help implement the revised master plan. It's adjusted to deal with the changing market dynamics. It allows flexibility. We feel there's a better housing mix by allowing singles, semis, towns, fourplexes, et cetera. The actual is flex zoning or cascading zoning also helps expedite changes to the market dynamics where if you put in place just single family residential dwelling and all of a sudden advantages for towns or sixplexes, what have you, the zoning will allow us to do that through the application of the flex zoning. The ultimate density on the site, albeit within the township's purview, the plan respect to the density will be dependent on the final build-out of the actual dwelling type itself. And flex zoning actually helps with the decrease in number of units. It helps to inflate that to offset what was lost as part of the revisions. I think to address the comments that have come in, I think they're generally positive. There's none that create any issues. I'm certainly prepared to entertain, as recommended by the district and township planning department for a district servicing agreement to the application of a holding symbol. That's not a problem for the owners of the property. So in conclusion, the current proposal is basically the logical extension of phase 1 development to phase 2. Provides a level of comfort to the developer and for future builders on a number of units, which helps with the secure the servicing costs, so you know how many units to spread those costs out over. It's a little bit of a complex sort of servicing issue because the lands are serviced from a north to south perspective. So securing the number of units is important to know what you construct at the south end to accommodate the number of units on the north end of the property. It will also help secure future commercial and residential developers as they'll know exactly what they can construct on the site. And we're hopeful of going forward with draft plan approval that the MRF will be forthcoming with the C permit sometime in the spring of this year. Thank you.
Okay. So, council or members of the planning department, any questions of the applicant before he sits down? Let's start with Councillor Bianco.
Thanks.
Lanny, I think you're up on front and center again.
Just a couple of questions, a couple of pertinent ones and a couple of maybe not so pertinent. What are the heights of the apartment buildings?
They would be higher than 3 stories.
3 stories? And what about the height of the units? Are they 2 stories?
At the most, maybe 1.5 of the loft.
Okay. And the last question, on phase 1, what permits are outstanding on phase 1? In other words, when would be shovel ready? What permits are outstanding?
We have to go through the servicing agreement with the district and have to get a subdivision agreement with the township. And it would be a matter of moving forward through the process for registration. MRF provided permits called the Deutsch strategy, so we got into C permit for the commercial and the multi going up to Bell Road, and they issued a C permit going on the west side of the property as well.
Councillor Douglas?
Actually, Councillor Wayne will ask the same question. So.
Okay. Councillor Kay?
Okay, I just have 3 questions. The Bell Tower Road, one set.
It's owned by the developer, the owner of the property, and there's an access, permission for access for Bell utility trucks to go up and service the Bell Tower Road.
Okay, so it is. Right, and the other thing is you have, are the plans reviewed by the fire department to ensure there's proper access, enough access to the buildings?
I have to defer to the township, but I would suspect so. I mean, it's year-round municipally maintained road that will be constructed.
Well, I'm talking about the internal ones, you know.
It would have to meet whatever the fire department decides they need in order to meet their fire safety.
Okay. And the last question that I had, and I don't know if this, how many sewer hookups are approved for that subdivision?
There's, I believe, 1 lateral that comes in right now. So what happens is through development of the subdivision, there's detailed servicing required that will be designed, specifically designed to accommodate the overall buildup of the site, and then ultimately for connection to the water connection.
Thank you.
Councillor Bocha?
I have thanks for the presentation, it's very informative. I have a question-comment combination, and that is, as you may be aware or may not be aware, we have two residential schools within the township that service the Port Severn area, one being public and one being Catholic, located in Honey Harbor. And you may be aware that they're under review right now, and there may be a closure happening. Have you had any correspondence with the Board of Education, both Board of Educations, to make them aware that you are planning a subdivision within the Port Severn area and relay those numbers? And my second part of the question is, within the first phase or the second phase, has there been any consideration given to affordable housing subsidies within the district of Muskoka?
You know, the answer to your first question, yes, I am aware that there is an issue with respect to the Honey Harbor schools. There was comments provided by the Catholic School Board, and they were interested in who we were marketing to, if you will. And I presume the public school was circulated through either the district or the township for their comments. Other than that, so far as I know, the Catholic School Board is aware of expansion and how many units are actually going to be generated from this. And the second part of your question was
for subsidized housing. Affordable housing, I think, is what I'll refer to it as. As you know, that's an issue within the area with senior citizens and just wondering if there's any planning to include the district of Muskoka in some affordable housing.
I sort of like to use the word attainable housing.
Attainable housing, yes.
Which is reasonably priced housing. And certainly the product that we're gearing this, the market that we're gearing it to, there is a price point there at a reasonable price. I don't have the exact numbers, but, you know, we might be somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 200, 250, for a single family home. Anybody needs, it could even come down a bit depending on the type of dwelling form that you're into, whether it be an apartment, building, or a semi, or something else. So we think it reaches a fairly wide market for maybe first-time home buyers, for those people that are selling their home, staying at home, and want to escape and get up to Muskoka. It's a great opportunity. Here's right next to the trail system. You've got some wonderful facilities here in Port Severn, which are going on the beach side of town. So that's the thing that we're capturing a big variety. So we should end up with a nice housing mix and a nice mix of demographics.
Great, thank you for your comments.
Lanny, I guess this kind of plays into the flex planning issue with the attainable type housing. Depending on what the demand is, you can change your plans, so to speak, without having to come back and see us and go through a lengthy process. Certainly with the schools, I'm happy to sit down with the school board people and the developer and have a chinwag in that respect and make sure they really do know. I have mentioned it to both of the board people, but sometimes those conversations, you hear it, but then it's gone. So I think we do need to reinforce that fact. To our planning staff, reading through this, and we had some good news a little while ago from the OMB that 9119 is now basically gone, with the exception of the OMB hearings that we're scheduled to have in January. Yet I see in this report 9119 still mentioned. Is this something that we can sidestep at this point, or how does that work, Nick?
Thank you, Richard. The reason we have it in there is the application came in at the time we had both zoning bylaws in effect. With the recent board decision, the only zoning bylaw that the developer has to have regard to going forward is going to be 1475, the new zoning bylaw.
So theoretically, what's in there now for 9119 is,
More for information purposes, Your Worship.
okay, so it has no effect on anything. The other thing is, I noticed there was a lot of H, like holding symbols, and you're still recommending that we move forward. Can council and everyone else have a summary of why we need that sort of thing, and then have to come back to council again to lift the H?
The main reason for H is like a conditional zone. In this case, the H is related to the servicing agreement with the district's provision of sewer and water service. So it's a good mechanism to ensure that we're not giving up capacity in advance of development taking place.
Is there another way of doing it, that, you know, the resolution, when this finally comes for approval, that we just say subject to the servicing agreement being acceptable by both district and, you know, I'm trying to save some time and aggravation on some parts.
Through the planning act, there is a form of conditional zoning. We have not taken the steps to utilize conditional zoning, so staff will be recommending the use of the H, which is widely accepted through the province, and developers use it or are subject to that all the time. So in terms of removing an H, it's very much a formality, but it is a necessary step that has to be taken in the future. So we'll be recommending the H, the use of the H.
Do you recommend any other things for council to decide, since we're the...
We will be recommending the H to use.
I don't have any more questions at the moment. Alan, any questions? John, any questions? So now we move on to the public. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this? Offer comments or ask questions? Almost looks like my shore road closing application. Okay, well, I don't see any hands going up. Councilors or planning committee members, anything else? Nothing? Well, Chair Klink, it's your turn. You want to come sit up here, or?
No, I'm quite happy.
You're happy there? The seat's pretty hot. Nick's going to turn the mic on for you.
Tremendous, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council, and by extension through you, Your Worship, to your administration, and particularly to your Director of Development Services, Mr. Popovich, and of course your Manager of Planning, Mr. Dixon. And of course our thanks to our staff, in particular, Melissa Halford, our Manager of Planning, for facilitating this concurrent meeting this morning. Thank you to those members of the public who are here in interest. We didn't have questions from members of the public. I would like the public to know that the concept of self-determination, particularly in the neighborhoods throughout Muskoka, are critical to the planning process. And we thank you for the opportunity to bring the district's public meeting portion of this process to Georgian Bay Township. I'd also like to thank Councillor Edwards for taking the time this morning to make us legal. Having two members here does that. Although it should be pointed out, as you well know, Your Worship, we do have another member of the district's Planning and Economic Development Committee in attendance today in the form of Councillor Bianco, who actually sits as the chair of Planning and Economic Development in the District of Muskoka. So I'm sure if there's anything unusual about any application, the chair of the district usually ensures that comes forward. As stated earlier, the District Planning and Economic Development Committee and your council will be considering all the comments and questions that have been made this morning before a decision on the draft plan subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment will be made. But Anyone who wishes to receive notice of the decision on the proposed draft plan of subdivision should provide a written request to our district clerk, and that is Debbie Crowder at the District of Muskoka. Should you like more information about the proposal, and also which ensures your appeal rights, or on how to receive notice of the decision on the proposed draft plan of subdivision, anyone can speak to Melissa Halter following this meeting, or also contact her at the District of Muskoka offices. Anyone wishing to receive a notice of passing of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment must make a written request to the Township Clerk, Ms. Cundy. And for more information about the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, which once again preserves the right to appeal, or on how to receive notice of the passing of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, would also have to speak to the Township Clerk, Jessica Cundy, following the meeting, or contact her at your offices. It should be noted that there is a 20-day appeal period from the date of issuance of a notice of decision on any draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment. During that time, any person who makes oral submissions today or who has made a written submission prior to the decision being made may appeal the decision to the Ontario Municipal Court. So with your permission, Your Worship, I think if there are no further questions, I would be prepared to move this open meeting to close, what I see as 10:59 a.m.
Any further, councillors?
You concur? Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you very much, Chair Clink. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. So I do have a resolution here to receive what we just talked about. It's moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that report number 2016-41 be received at the public meeting on September 12, 2016, and that the zoning bylaw amendment application which is ZBL 17/15, to establish appropriate zoning standards on a portion of a proposed plan of subdivision, Phase 2, related to the development of Port Severn Heights within the urban center of Port Severn be received. Questions, comments, councillors? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
Excuse me, may I ask just one question? Am I interrupting? It shouldn't be.
More or less, but go ahead.
Thank you. I have been a long-time resident of Georgian Bay Township. The question I have for the development, and I'm showing my complete ignorance here, who pays for the road and in the development itself? Is it the contractor who's in there, or is it Muskoka, the township, the taxpayers, whomever? And the sewers, all of that sort of thing.
Okay, I will break the rules because we did close the meeting and we did offer ample opportunity for speaking, but Lanny, do you want to answer that question?
Yep. The onus for the municipal roadway, water and sewer services, drainage and all that stuff, is the developer's responsibility. They will construct roads, put services in the ground. And then the long-term maintenance of that road, our road, will be by the Township of Georgian Bay. So the same, any condo roads will be responsibility of the county.
Right. And the final surfacing of the roads inside?
That's more than that cost, otherwise the process is on.
Nothing to do with the township. And sorry, Mayor, I just couldn't hear everyone and everything that was going on. I didn't realize we shut down the meeting. Thank you.
That's okay. We do have hearing assists here. Just talk to our
Everyone was
clerk
just speaking so lowly, so, so we were at the back. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, council, you want to take a 5 minute? Okay, so we'll recess for 5 minutes till we get into our next public meeting. How you doing?
Yeah, I want to get back to the next one.
You don't like to be brought up in the future, but nothing.
Yeah, this is now 6:30 or 7. We have quorum. We have staff. George, is taking this one? So, this script from that one? Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. I'm sure Councillor Bochek will join us shortly. This morning there's a public meeting scheduled for one proposed zoning bylaw amendment. I'll briefly summarize the procedure. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendment being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, the Township Manager of Planning will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide for any other information that is relevant to the application, and and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak to the zoning bylaws being considered through the mayor. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then consider the zoning bylaws immediately following. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendment. Zoning bylaw amendment, bylaws 2016-76, 2016-77 for Peter and Margaret Olar. Clerk?
Notices of the public meeting were sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 500 meters of the property subject to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the application. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and a key map showing the location of the property or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendment. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on the application, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board may be dismissed by the board. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendment must submit a written request to the clerk.
Planner.
Morning, Your Worship, members of council, and those in attendance, thank you very much for attending this public meeting. The application you have before you this morning concerns an application for a zoning bylaw amendment for land located at 57 Beverly Street in 6 Mile Lake. The amendments being proposed to both zoning bylaw number 9119 and 1475, current zoning bylaw, are fourfold. One, that the minimum required front yard setback be increased, that the maximum permitted gross floor area of the dwelling be increased, that the maximum permitted lot coverage be increased, and fourthly, to increase the maximum permitted floor area of a city house. Firstly, for reference, I'll point you to the subject lands, which are located here in the shaded area, on the west side of 6 Mile Lake toward the north end of the lake. The lands are situated at the end of a point, more or less a peninsula, not by definition, but a point of land. They're comprised of a lot of just over 5,000 square meters in area, with a straight line frontage of just over 116 meters. You can see the lands a little bit better here. They are quite well treated, but they're situated in this area here. You can see the point of land. The existing development on the property includes two dock areas, I guess one for reference in the south corner of the lot, southwest side of the lot, and then another one at the north end. We discussed that a little bit further. So the dock situated here, and here there's the existing dwelling, which is to be removed and replaced as a result of the application. There's a detached, and that includes uncovered decks and porches. There's a detached garage situated here, and there's a sleeping cabin situated here. In total, the existing lot coverage of the property is just over 6.5%, where the maximum permitted in the zoning bylaw is 8%. So the existing lot coverage of the property does comply with the zoning bylaw. The development proposal, which isn't a great site plan, but I'll walk you through it. The development proposal speaks to, as I say, demolishing and replacing the existing detached dwelling with a new dwelling. So I'll speak to the front yard setback relief that's being requested first. The minimum required front yard setback in both zoning bylaws is 20 meters, council is aware, from the high water line. The existing dwelling is situated approximately 7 meters from the high water mark, from the front lot line. And that 7 meters is measured to a front side deck. The minimum required setback, as I say, is 20 meters to all living structures, including the deck itself. The proposal calls for a relief of the zoning bylaw to 10 meters. So the effective increase in the front yard setback is 3 meters, while the deficiency is 10 meters, thus necessitating the zoning amendment. So, to clarify, received several comments on the front yard setback specifically. The proposed dwelling is being located further away from the high water mark than the existing dwelling, but still require relief. The other front yard setback relief being requested in the zoning amendment is to the minimum front yard setback to a sleeping cabin. So the existing sleeping cabin is situated here. That setback to that portion of the high water mark, or regulated water level in 6 miles, is 7.6 meters. That setback, the front yard setback, is to remain pending approval of the zoning amendment at 7.6 meters. That sleeping cabin is proposed to increase in size, therefore necessitates the acknowledgement or recognition that it is at a deficient front yard setback. So in other words, a new, larger sleeping cabin will be situated at the same setback as the existing sleeping cabin, 7.6 meters. The second item, which is being proposed for relief to the zoning bylaw, concerns the maximum permitted gross floor area of the dwelling. As you're aware, maximum gross floor area is defined differently in both zoning bylaws, but for the purposes of this application, the maximum gross floor area proposed is 365 square meters, where the zoning bylaw permits a maximum gross floor area dwelling of 275 square meters for a lot of this size within a 6 mile area. The existing gross floor area of the existing dwelling is 229 square meters, largely as a result of the existing dwelling not including a basement. So the definition does vary for gross floor area, as council is aware, between the two zoning bylaws. One zoning bylaw, being the new zoning bylaw or 1475 in effect now, includes all space in a basement over 1.8 meters in height, whereas 9119 only included certain areas of a basement. In this case, there is no existing basement. There is a proposal to add a basement to the new dwelling, all of it being over 1.8 meters in height, and largely that additional space contributes to the overage in gross floor area. In fact, 132.7 square meters of the proposed dwelling is either basement or a screen porch. Without the basement, if the applicant were to construct similarly sited, similarly placed dwelling without a basement on the property, the gross floor area proposed would be 232.3 square meters, which is only just over 3 square meters larger than what exists today. It should be noted that the existing dwelling is legal non-compliant to the zoning bylaw. It's located at a setback, as I say, of 7 meters, roughly to the front porch. So it's a legal non-compliant setback, it's a legal non-compliant existing dwelling. Our zoning bylaw does have provisions in it to allow for the expansion of legal non-compliant dwelling, where setback is at various intervals from the front yard setback. For the setback of 7 meters, the allowable expansion to that dwelling, not the replacement of the dwelling, but to expand the existing dwelling, would result in a maximum permitted gross floor area of 286.25 square meters. Now, that would exceed the 275, but there are provisions in the zoning bylaw to legally expand a non-compliant structure. would have that as a method of expanding the building. Just for reference, for council, gross floor area, as we define in the zoning bylaw, puts a disproportionate emphasis on floor area located in a basement in several instances. For example, if one were to look at the size of the existing dwelling versus the proposed dwelling, just in terms of its visual impact or in terms of its effect on the land, provide you with this. The main level of the existing dwelling is 143 square meters. The proposed dwelling would have a main floor level of 152.2 square meters, which is an increase of only 9 square meters. Because the design is for a two-story structure, as the existing structure, the second level of the existing dwelling currently has 65 square meter floor plate. The proposed would have an 80 square meter floor plate. The differential in the size, the effective size of the dwelling is marginal. Third variance. Lot coverage. Existing lot coverage of the lot includes total 6.59%, which includes the dwelling, the sleeping cabin, and the detached garage. The proposed lot coverage includes a larger sleeping cabin by roughly an additional 32 square meters. It includes a larger screen porch on the front of the building, an upper deck on the front of the second floor of the proposed dwelling, and it includes as well an in-water boathouse, which is shown here on the site plan, which would all factor into the increase in lot coverage. There are some site-specific provisions in the site-specific zoning that allow for the size of that boathouse to be a certain size and a certain height. So the applicant would be restricted in terms of the overall size that they are proposing. The size of the boathouse they are proposing is in accordance with an OMB order and the zoning bylaw. If one were to remove the floor area of a sleeping cabin, one were to remove the floor area, or the lot area, I should say, to contribute to lot coverage, one were to remove that from the calculation, including the screen porch, the front entry, and the upper level decks, as well as the larger sleeping cabin, and the boathouse, the net result would be a very small increase in overall lot coverage attributed to the new dwelling. I focus on the dwelling because several of the comments I've received have related specifically to the proposed dwelling. The additional lot coverage would permit, notwithstanding, the additional lot coverage would permit a legal boathouse as will be approved, and a slight increase in the lot area occupied by a sleeping cabin, which brings me to the fourth amendment. The sleeping cabin is to expand to a size of 59 square meters. In our zoning bylaw, both new and old, if you will, the maximum permitted floor area for a sleeping cabin is 56 square meters. The proposed addition to the sleeping cabin would result in an overall sleeping cabin size of 59 square meters, a variance of only 3 square meters. And that 3 square meters is attributed to a covered entrance on the sleeping cabin. So other than an additional variance or amendment, if you will, that's embedded in the amended zoning bylaw, the total size of the sleeping cabin would otherwise comply with the zoning bylaw. goes to the site plan, I'll just discuss briefly the amending zoning bylaw at the end. As I noted, there is a site-specific shoreline residential zoning on the property that was approved by council, which came out of an OMB order back in 2012. The amending zoning bylaw was passed in 2012. The proposed amending zoning bylaw will carry forward all of those site-specific provisions of that zoning bylaw, which include recognition of existing shoreline structures and a cap on the maximum width and height of an in-water boathouse to be located on the north dock. The amending zoning bylaw before council today will carry forward all of those provisions as OMB approved, as OMB ordered, and add to it the site-specific provisions discussed already this morning. The zoning bylaw contemplates a decreased minimum front yard setback, increase in lot coverage, increase in gross floor area, and increase in floor area of the cabin, largely because of the terrain of the property. As you can see, looking in from the water, in from the dock, this site is a heavily wooded, very unique property in many instances, which adds to the buffering, the vegetative, visual screening of the property, which is spoken to in our official plan. You can see that the existing dwelling is situated on top of a large bridge. The proposed dwelling will be situated roughly there. It's going to be turned a little bit to the northwest, but the setback, as I say, will be increased by an additional 3 meters. The height of the proposed dwelling will not increase. The height lies at 7.98 meters to the zoning bylaw. As you can see, there are mature trees which are fee retaining as part of the site plan approval process. This is looking north at the front lot line. You can see that front deck area is 7 meters from the front lot line. That will be pushed back. There won't be that level of intensive residential land use at 7 meters. It will be pushed back to a minimum of 10 meters. And as I say, the proposed siting of the dwelling is to the northwest, which further moves the dwelling envelope inland to the northeast that much more. So, for the exception of one point at the southwest corner of the dwelling at 10 meters, more of the dwelling, much more of the dwelling will be at a larger setback than 10 meters. It shows a view from that end of that point area, back toward the existing dwelling. In this photo, I'm probably 30 feet from the existing dwelling, and it's largely sheltered from my view, and this isn't a water. Those trees are to remain. This shows the differential in grade. This is looking out toward that north dock. There's a differential in grade. There is a sloping effect from the water, which shields the proposed development envelope from the water that much more. With setback from the ridge of this rock area looking in from the water, as well as the existing vegetation that we noted already, the irrigation impact will be significantly reduced. Again, the same view from the point, coming in closer. This is the existing sleeping cabin. This is to be removed, rebuilt, but the expansion of the sleeping cabin is all away from the water. The only thing remaining of the existing sleeping cabin is to be the front yard setback of 7.6 meters. The amending zoning bylaw will legalize that setback. You see the two-story structure. This is to be replaced by another two-story structure with most of the ground floor area to be living space with a partial second story as well. I'll get to those building elevations in a moment. Basically, it's showing a side view out toward the lake, and another side view out toward the lake. All of these trees, as part of the site plan approval, will be retained. In fact, we've recommended that the applicant supply us with a landscape plan, including a tree retention and replanting plan as part of the site plan process to further provide protection to those existing trees. As I say, staff have recommended approval of the application largely because of the site-specific This is the front elevation. This is from the water. You can see there's a elevation all over 1.8 meters, which counts for the gross floor area. Keep in mind that there's several mature trees here, as well as a rock ridge, and as well as a differential in grade, which certainly fits with the visual impact item. This is from the rear, so approaching from the driveway, turning in the detached garage to the left off of the slide. This is a side view. The water is on this side. This side here applies to the zoning bylaw. Once the grade is scraped away, or once there's a development footprint there, the overall grade from north to south is fairly level. So the average natural grade will be measured at the bottom of the footing, or bottom of the walkout to the midpoint, and it measures 7.98 meters according to this elevation. Again, that's a basement plan showing unoccupied space. However, in our report, we've noted that, of course, at some point this area could be occupied, and we've done an analysis on that and see that there's a washroom already proposed to be brought in. Some of it being crawl space, some of it being above that 1.8 meters, but the entire basement is taken into account for coastal area to be more conservative. The main floor plan, the full plan, and a partial second floor, a loft area. So the second floor is not a mirror image of the first floor. There is only a partial second floor with living space above. Just in summary and in conclusion, staff have recommended approval of the zoning amendment for the reasons noted today, this morning, as well as in the report. We believe that the site-specific context, the site-specific geographical, topographical characteristics of the lot that itself for this particular development, notwithstanding the shape of the lot and the existing development that is there now. Staff have recommended that to improve and to continue with the residential land use of the property in an appropriate and modern standard. And we recommended approval of the zoning amendment application. We have any questions? As well, the applicant's agent is in attendance, Mr. Rick Hunter from Landscape. He's advised, he does also have a presentation, so council could indulge. Mr. Hunter is in the audience as well as one of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gord. I'll turn it over to our clerk for the correspondence part.
Thank you, Your Worship. We received 8 letters of correspondence with no concerns from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, John Ranella, Julia Manning, Pat and Dave Elsey, Heather and Jim Roundtree, Dan Orchard, the District of Muskoka, and Jack and Marnie Petrie. We received 8 letters with concerns with the application from Doug and Brenda Osborne, Sarah and Des McKinney, Marguerite and Dennis Locke, Kevin and Stephanie Clue, Bruce Hansen, Bill Winterholt and Catherine Pounder, Michael Ferguson and Janet Mitchell. Their concerns include they are opposed to the size of the proposed dwelling, they have concerns with the reductions in front yard setbacks, and there will be a negative visual impact.
Okay, so council, we're not going to enter debate just yet, but are there any questions of clarification from Gord's report? Councilor Bianco.
On the number of letters received, did Kevin Clues get in there?
I'm sure I mentioned his name.
There were a couple of items received over the weekend and have been forwarded to the clerk's department. They should be in there.
They were all forwarded back to planning, who prepared the script. If I can check in my email if I did receive it.
Yeah, I got it on my phone, so.
But yes, we did receive correspondence.
That may be 9 minutes.
So Kevin and Stephanie Clue state that they object to the zoning bylaw. The gross floor area, it's not the gross floor area of the dwelling on its own. It does not meet the intent or conditions of the existing zoning bylaw.
So any other questions or clarification? Councillor Wojcik?
Gord, my question is the setback, the front yard setback, the reduction in that setback, is there something that is causing that? Is there something behind the structure that's not allowing them to go back?
Through your worship, there is, it's a, as I say, at the very end of my presentation, there are some site-specific constraints, one of them being the shape of the lot, one of them being the terrain of the lot, and then I'll emphasize too that, or expand on that a little bit, the lot is more or less two-tiered. It's, I'm describing it before, but it's basically two-tiered. There's a higher level, which includes some of the sleeping cabin, the attached garage, and a shed. Then there's a dip down toward the water, almost into a hollow, where there's effectively a much reduced developable area, developmental. It's within that hollowed out area from 0 to however many meters back from the water that the existing dwelling is situated and the proposed dwelling is to be situated. So to avoid more site disturbance than is required, they have to more or less fit within a very narrow setback the dwelling, while still making a dwelling that is equal and appropriate for that site.
Okay, so subsequent to that, if it was moved back so that we could have the proper setback, that would mean most likely reducing the square footage of the basement, because you're going to have to set it back into the elevated terrain behind it. So to achieve the setback, you would lose some of the basement, obviously, but I don't see how that's a concern. I don't see where that setback can't be needed. It just means modification of the building itself. Am I correct?
Through your worship, yes, there are some design constraints as well. One of them being if one is to push further back from the front lot line, in this case, you do run the risk of resulting in a much taller building. If you get into that, up onto that second tier, it is a fairly significant rise in grade from that whole area up to the top area. The height is, the effective height is going to be 7.98 meters, I would imagine, plus or minus. But the effective height, the height that one can see from the water, the height that one can see from the neighboring property to the south, might also be increased.
But again, you could reduce the square footage of the dwelling and push it back into that elevated landscape. In other words,
let's keep this to questions of clarification rather than debating.
Through Your Honor, I'm trying to get clarity on why we're so close to the water when in general, or specifically, it says 20-meter setback, and I can't see why.
It's the lay of the land is the quick answer.
Okay.
Bring it back during our debate.
Okay, thank you.
If you wish to argue the points. Any other questions or clarification? Seeing none. So is the applicant or a representative of the applicant here? Yes, sir, state your name for the record.
Thank you, Your Worship. Rick Hunter from Landscape. I'm working with the Avenue and Grace Bridge. I've also spoken to my L1 today. And yes, we are the planning consultant for our Peter Water.
Thank you. And you have a presentation, do you?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I will try to bridge some of the comments. I wasn't sure of the level of detail that Mr. Dixon was going to propose in his presentation. So there's some duplication, but I'll try to make sure that it's kept to a minimum. As I mentioned, the property location, we went through that. It's on the point of land on 6 Mile Lake. I guess the 6 Mile Lake Marina is to the north to the channel. I just wanted to touch briefly on some of the purpose of the application as well, and to provide a bit of context for that at the same time. The proposal that's before you has actually been subject to a number of discussions and iterations, and those include pre-consultations with staff over the last year to year and a half as we work on the proposal. Mentioned the proposal to demolish the existing dwelling and sleeping cabin and construct a mentioned, the bylaw does propose the reduction in the minimum front yard setback from bylaw requirement of 20 meters to 10 meters for the proposed deck and 11.3 meters for the main dwelling, and maintains 7.6 meters on the city deck. Mr. Dixon did provide information on the dwelling. The existing dwelling does have a setback of 8.7 meters at the present time, and the existing street in porch they showed us some of the photos, so that setback is 7 meters. So there is a attempt to move that setback by about an additional 3 meters. The approach, and we'll see if we look at the profile or the perspective drawings on the site on how that fits onto the property. The dwelling will be sited in the general area of the existing development. Will take advantage of that small rock that's located on the site that's referred to as well. The other aspect was the increase in maximum floor area, and Mr. Dixon has gone into a lot of detail on that. And the existing bylaw would have allowed the redevelopment up to 290 square meters for redevelopment on the site. We know that the screened-in porch does have an area of approximately 30 square meters in the finished basement area of about 104 square meters. Screened-in porch, the existing screened-in porch faces a small channel on the west side of the building, and the new screened-in porch would be oriented more toward where the worktops are shown. The site plan is also on page 76 of your agenda package. It might show up a little better than it shows up on here. One of the good things about this site plan is it's incredibly detailed. One of the bad things is it's incredibly detailed. It's difficult to see some of the changes. But the main building, the existing building comes down in through is closer to this area here. The new building pivots and is moved back, so it's basically pivoting on the south end of the site, moving back as you get up toward the main part of the property. One, so the elevations again, the second level is in the roof line, which might be categorized as a 2.5 stories from the front elevation. The front elevation consists of the basement area. The main impact section is the main level that shows the screened-in porch on this side, and then the master bedroom suite on this side here, and then the great room on this section. The rear elevation from the driveway and the design as well as for the access to come in basically at greater level to the driveway walkway areas in that area. I mentioned earlier about the elevation issue. This gives you the view of how the building, by setting it back, has been able to take into account the topography of the site in this particular location. And this is the elevation that shows where the screened-in porch is also located. So this would be from walking up from the wharf area on the point of land to the unit itself. So you can see the effect of the slope on the design of the building. And as noted, the proposal is intended to meet the height requirements of the zoning bylaw. Very quickly, the basement plan, as Mr. Dixon had pointed out, is a beautiful area, a commercial area, the full footprint of the building. The main floor plan, and the main feature to that is the large screened-in area that, to a certain extent, obviously, we spoke in terms of today, weather conditions is really part of the ability to enjoy the outdoors without having the negative impacts of living outdoors as well with the lighting. So again, it becomes an integral part of the design of the facility. Central part board as well, the great room, the approach, and the dining area kitchen, and then the master bedroom suite that occupies the side of the building. In the main floor, you can see the effect of the loft, the two additional bedrooms and the loft area, and again, the orientation to the water, the work area over here, and you've got the small channel along this side, so that the upper level, other than the two small windows that provide the use for the water, there's very little orientation from the second floor to the shorelines. Some of the photos that I've taken previously from the water, they do show the extent of the current vegetation. The advantage of the design here as well is that it does allow for the retention of the treated areas along the front, and we certainly do agree with the requirement for landscape plan to supplement the site plan provisions. This is a photo of the point itself. The smaller work is actually on the other side of the point. This is the existing work, the boathouse that has been previously referenced, which provided areas for the buildings location here. I understand that Mr. and Mrs. Solar have applications to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry for that approval prior to coming for the permit on that particular feature. Again, George, show the sense of the vegetation on the property. These are photos of the surrounding area. I think that you'll agree that the ORs have done a good job, in my estimation, on maintaining the visual privacy on their particular property as well. Again, these are problems that have occurred over the years as they develop. I believe that they're doing more trees. Where they do show the existing character of that particular area. This is the view across the base and the other shores where you have the natural features of the shoreline. The back combination. With respect to the staff recommendations, we do support the staff recommendations to improve the application. We do concur with their detailed analysis on the suitability of the proposal and in conformity with the official plan. I would note that one of the advantages of the approach in the official plan around the 6 Mile Lake area is that you have the opportunity to evaluate the merits of an application for the restored area, specifically contemplated when the 6 Mile Lake plan was prepared and carried forward when the official plan was updated and subsequent to that. The proposal is subject to site plan approval, as was mentioned. We do agree with the request for the landscape preservation plan as part of the site plan application and be entrenched into the site plan approval to ensure that those mature trees are retained on the property. And those trees do have an elevation considerably higher than the height of the proposed building, so they'll be all over everyone. We do concur with the summary and conclusions regarding the limited impact of the development on the site and on the surrounding area. Mr. Chairman, as part of the summary, the proposals for a new 3-bedroom dwelling on the property along with a new 2-bedroom sleeping cabin to replace the older structures. There is no change in the intended use that's being proposed on the property, so that there should be very little difference between how the property is used today and how the property is used when the structures are constructed. The locations of the two structures in the general vicinity of the existing structures and based on the terrain uses, as Mr. Dixon pointed out, will help to minimize the removal of any vegetation that would normally result from construction activity as well. The dwelling is in character with the shoreline development in the surrounding area and around 6 Mile Lake. And exactly as you see from the photos, we know no change to the visual impact from 6 Mile Lake in particular. The shoreline is well treated. That vegetation will be retained as part of the site plan approval. As a result, as I mentioned, there will be little change in the visual impact. What's important as well, and I believe one of the commenting letters that came from Mr. Rennell, the Bay property
request council's approval of the solar bylaw and get a responses back to the council about that process.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Council, questions or clarification? Councilor Wienko.
Rick, is there any proposal to do any blasting during this discussion?
I don't believe so. The intention was to have the site coming in, as you saw from back. Back on this, I think that the one I'm looking for is the side view, side profile. And they sort of show how the building is going to be built on the existing rock structures that are there.
But is that a guarantee, or that's the plan so far?
As far as I know, the building design will contemplate blasting. I guess if there are any blasting issues, there are township protocols on dealing with that at the time. So I would also have to respect this. But as I understand it, there is a need for blasting at that due to construction.
Is it good?
On where the new dwelling, main dwelling is going, the one corner is staying at 7 meters back, and then it's pivoting. How far back is it at the furthest point? How far back is it away from the water?
I have a larger copy of the site plan, so I can read it a little better. And not for that. Actually, the 7.6 meters that is referred to, to some of the stratified question that may not help too much. The 7.6 meters is existing leaking patterns that's there. The main building right now, the screened-in porch, is about 7.57 meters from the shoreline along this particular shore here. The dwelling itself is about 11, I believe it's 11.3 meters. The closest point of the new dwelling will be 10 meters, so it's actually going to be, at that one corner, it's actually the open deck. There's an open deck on the second story, I believe.
If you just use the side arrow.
Side arrow? This one here?
No, on the keyboard?
Oh, on the keyboard, okay, well,
questions of Mr. We'll go to the public. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this application or ask questions? Yes, sir, your name for the record?
My name is Frank Boddy, B-O-D-D-Y. I'm a property owner on 6 Mile Lake. Thank you for the time to entertain my questions. What piqued my interest in this application is the fact that it's a zoning bylaw amendment. So I've come here today to learn a little bit about the process. I'm not a planner, I don't understand a lot of these terms, but it worries me, and this is unique on the lake, that we have a zoning bylaw amendment. This, to me, is a dangerous precedent to get around what we are more familiar with, that is a variance request. The zoning bylaws, to me, indicate land use. I've just heard Rick say that there is no change in the land use. I've heard about a dwelling, I've heard about a cabin, a boathouse, things that are already there. What's unique about this property? I haven't heard that yet. What is so unique about it that it requires a zoning bylaw amendment? What I have heard is that it is a variance request. There are 4 recognized deficiencies that make this, in my mind, a major variance request. And so I have concerns about any major variances on our lake. Bylaws are there for a reason. It exceeds it in 4 different areas, is my understanding, and I have concerns about that. I know that tomorrow, the Popovich report that we've been waiting for is due to be released and discussed. I think there are implications between that report and what we're hearing today, and without knowing or hearing any more, I think we should maybe defer until we see what's coming up in that report and see the linkages and try and get some direction on what is a continuing concern on the lake. Those are my concerns.
Gord, can you answer Mr. Body's first question, why this is here as a zoning amendment rather than a variance request?
Sure. Through your worship, the question, this is not a minor variance. Minor variances are typically, as the name would apply, and would indicate minor variances or technical differences to the zoning bylaw. We acknowledge that should this have come before the committee of adjustment, staff probably would have long before getting to the committee of adjustment advised the applicant that this in fact was not a minor variance given the land use implications and the land use impact. We wouldn't feel that they could appropriately be considered or recognized through the committee of adjustment. So where there are more major minor variances that provide for, we refer to those to council for the final approval for a zoning bylaw amendment application. There is a mechanism, much like there is through committee adjustment, through council to alter or to revise or to amend the zoning bylaw. This is the process that this application has gone through, recognizing that it is not a minor variance to the zoning bylaw amendment. It's following the appropriate process and the appropriate application in our minds.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to the report that's coming tomorrow, even if council implements changes, that's on a go-forward basis, not a go-backwards basis, correct?
Actually, it should be noted that this application was originally submitted quite some time ago, last summer, I believe, the last summer fall.
In March, it's actually submitted February.
Okay, so earlier this year then, quite some time ago. So, in terms of any council approvals going forward, the implication would be, I would assume, that the approvals of the DA application were received would be those that apply. So staff did do a fulsome review of the application when it came in, and since, and we reviewed the application in the context of the official plan as it is today, and we brought forward the application today on the basis.
So are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this application? Rick, do you have anything else you wish to add at this point, or?
No, Your Worship. I'm satisfied with the presentations that have been made. I think that Mr. Dixon addressed the reason for coming in with the zoning amendment application. In fact, that's obviously our starting point when we look at a request when an applicant comes in to speak to us is which process is the appropriate process to use. And it was my recommendation at that time that we proceed on the basis of the zoning amendment to allow for this basic discussion.
Okay. I'll go back to the public one more time before I bring it into council's hands. Anything else you wish to add or ask, or? Not seeing anybody chomping at the bit here, so I'll close the public portion of this meeting off. And do we have a bylaw here, Madam Clerk? That's the one. See if I can still read. So Council, it's moved by Councillor Kay, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that report number 2016-45 be received and considered at the public meeting on September 12, 2016, and that the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL 03/16 to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific shoreline residential type 6 exception 20 in bracket SR-6-20 zone and 6 Mile Lake residential exception 20, that's SR-6-20 zone, in zoning bylaws number 9119 and 1475 to permit a reduction in the minimum required front yard setback to permit an increase in maximum allowable gross floor area of a dwelling to 365 square meters, to increase maximum permitted lot coverage to 9.5%, and to increase the maximum permitted floor area for a sleeping cabin to 59.0 square meters be approved, and that amending zoning bylaw numbers 2016-76 and 2016-77 substantially in the form included as attachment number 6 to this report be approved. Now, a question to our staff. Do we have to deal with all of these requests as a whole, or can they be parted out and some approved and some not, or whatever the case may be, as council discusses this?
Yeah, through your worship, the planning act does permit you to amend a request after a public meeting is held. So this is the request as of right now, and this is still in public meeting.
So a reduction in the size request could be contemplated?
If that's council's wish.
Okay. I just wanted to set the ground rules for councilors, because I know there will be some debate. So I open it up to members of council, and if the planners will stay available in case we have a technical question. Thank you very much. So, Councillor Cooper?
Thank you, Mayor Braid, and thank you, Gordon, for your report. It's very comprehensive and constructive. And I just wanted to say that in terms of what I see here is the following, that we have basically 5 variances being required in 3 sort of separate categories. One is GFA, one is setback, and one is lot coverage. I'm concerned about this application for a number of different reasons, the ones I just stated, but also I'm not sure that it's terribly respectful of the community plan that's in 6 Mile Lake. I think there could be an argument made that this could be more compliant, and given that it's a well-treated property, one of the ways it could be compliant is, as Councillor Bojack was questioning, could the main structure be set up further back into a lot? So that's another consideration. But finally, I'd like to comment that it's very difficult to see how, if this ended up at the OMB, how any of the 4 tests of planning would apply here. This is not minor in nature, you've already stated that. And so I think if it were taken to the OMB, that I would be very surprised that this would be approved in its present form. So I can't support it as it stands. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas?
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, Gord, can you tell me if they were to remove the basement, if that would bring the building into compliance with the JFA?
Through your worship, Councilor Douglas, I'll give you the numbers first, then I'll answer the second half. If the basement only were removed, I've got the number for basement and screen porch. But if the basement and the screen porch, whatever that screen porch is, were removed, the resultant GFA would be 232.3 square meters, so it would comply with the zoning bylaw.
Carry on.
Because there's a number of issues here to deal with, and I guess some of the paragraphs around, just specifically dealing with that building. And I know this has been asked, but I can't, is there a picture somewhere that shows the back of that lot, that whether or not this building actually could be pushed back?
Yes, I'll
Just,
are you able to do like that?
I think I know which one it is, but I just want to.
Might have to visualize it from a couple photos, but in the interest of limiting the number of photos we go through, we need to stitch them together a bit. So this would be the lower portion of the land. Moving this way, the rising grade is from the water back to beyond this point. It gets a little bit higher after this point behind me, and results in this detached grad being on what we consider to be like a ledge. So the grade goes like this, and then it drops off pretty much like that off the screen, and then the dwelling is down here. So there is a differential in grade. I just taking a quick look at the survey, where the existing dwelling is situated at the 7-year mark. The contour is roughly 190, and up around this area, there is a fairly steep grade to 190 and change 194. So there's a differential in grade of about 4 meters. Yeah, that's fairly short.
If I may make a comment on the site-specific point of this, I do think there may be an opportunity to relook at the design of this building, but also perhaps move the back bed. But also, I have a concern about the trees. I mean, I understand that trees, this forms a bit of an opinion as this being accessible. But I would like to say that over the last few years, I have myself witnessed beautiful tree lots in our own area that a tornado has wiped out the entire front of the lot. These are mature trees, and I do realize that they're planted, but the visual impact will be substantial if that happens. We witnessed it again this year, where over 13 trees dropped on one property right at the very front. That cottage that was not seen is now totally visible. So when this makes it part of the case, I understand that, but you cannot control Mother Nature. So I do have a bit of a concern about how close this is to the water and it getting larger in size. That would be my point. Thank you.
So, Gord, if I understand it though, the footprint of the new one, how does it compare to the old one? I've got the impression it was almost identical.
Yeah, through your worship, the rest of the council, that point, the existing main level of the dwelling is 143 square meters. So they're only at the main level in the existing. So the main level is 143. The upper level of the existing, a partial second floor, is 65. Proposed main level is 152.2. Second level, 80.1. So if you only consider the impact on land, the footprint, if you will, there's only a differential of 9.2 square meters between existing and proposed.
Okay. And as I'm understanding it here, if the main dwelling was moved back on this ledge, it would be almost 4 meters taller and still comply with the height provision in our bylaw.
To that question, Your Worship, the height of the building as it is right now, where it is very close to the maximum permitted height, 7.98 meters. Maximum height, of course, 8 meters in the zone.
And that's taken at the front, which is the lowest grade.
That's correct.
So if the whole building was moved back on this plateau,
Yeah.
you're saying it's almost 4 meters higher than the lower plateau.
The question is, and it's a similar question that arose earlier, how much of that increase in elevation is actually within 20 meters? There's certainly some of it that would be, if not all of it. So at 20 meters, are you at 193, 194, or 193? So it is a very narrow ledge. The lower ledge is very narrow, and the applicant has endeavored to, from what I can see, site the entire building within that lower ledge, so as to avoid building at the higher ledge at 20 meters back. Certainly they have a lot of depth. It's whether or not, from a planning perspective, it would be appropriate to build at 20 meters in this particular instance at a much higher elevation, even with the building height compliant. The effective height would be 3 to 4 meters taller. And that was all covered by the applicant's agent too in his initial application. That was a significant part of his justification too for that siting of the building.
And one last question. I know we've been very diligent in not allowing sleeping cabins to go over the 56. Has there been any in all the years? Like I think it's about 15 years now that we've had a cap on it. Do you know if there's any?
I don't know, but I know that when the original application came in, the applicant had not contemplated the 59 square meter, the 3 square meter increase to be subject to the zoning amendment. That alerted the applicant to that. So they originally came in with a sleeping cabin under the impression that they complied at 59 square meters. So whether or not, from a design perspective, there could be some flexibility to reduce the covered entry of the sleeping cabin, eliminate it altogether. They are only over by that 3 square meter of covered porch. If they were to remove that, and that would be palatable to the applicant, that would eliminate that need for amendment to the zoning.
Or reduce the size of the building slightly and keep the covered porch. Sorry, Councilor Wojcik, I kind of interrupted you there. Go ahead.
Or my concerns are that, the official plan was a very open and public process. The community plans that were put in place are very public and open. And the rules are basically the bylaws that are attached to that. My fear is that we're midway through the game and we're going to move the goalposts. So that means everybody in the future that wants to build is going to play by the new rules. So my question is to you, why would we look at where we meet or it does not meet for tests? And just like Councilor Cooper said, we're changing things here to accommodate as opposed to you have a piece of property, build to the rules. Your plan should be, you have a piece of property, and if you're going to build on it, you have to figure out how you're going to build to the rules that were put in place, hence the bylaws. So, I would not support this, because I think it sets a precedent that can be used throughout the township, not only on 6 Mile Lake, but throughout the township. And we're going to be sitting in very, very long discussions about, you know, the next guy that comes along, so I'll let you know where I stand there. Thank you.
Okay,
What is the constraint on moving the cabin back?
I'd like to defer that question to the applicant, if you would like.
I believe the septic bed is in that particular area, you set back from the existing cabin.
is there another location such as up on the ledge here or something along those lines?
The septic bed and the driveway obviously would affect the, you know, the sleeping cabin back to the 20 meters, certainly. And again, the existing cabin has been there. The thing about the existing cabin as well, that, again, the topography of the site works very, very well for the screening that is on that particular site. And as Mr. Dixon indicated, the cabin itself is following that same footprint. Slightly larger, but slightly larger further back from the water as it is. So it would be very little impact on the I would note that 3 meters on it as well. My original understanding was that the covered porch at 3 square meters, covered entrance would not be part of the lot coverage. It was not as far as the building goes. But the bylaws drafted, it does apply to the sleeping cabin, which is why we did that, to allow you to have that coverage, so that you have that 10 square foot covered area to get into, you know, along the door to get into the cabin, and so you avoid some of the weather elements.
Done?
Yeah.
Councilor Bianco?
Okay. I wanted to listen to other people's views before I say mine. One of the things I was a bit shocked here is that the planning department is saying basically that this would probably pass through the variance process because it would be a major variance and probably would not be supported by staff at a variance or a committee of adjustments. But when it comes to the zoning, they support it. So I have a real problem there. The other issue I have is this GFA. We went through a public process where we developed new official plans and zoning bylaws, and GFA was defined, and it included the basement, it included the screened-in porch, it included some overhangs. And yet this particular project, you seem to accept or maybe even reject the idea that a basement is GFA and a screened-in porch is GFA. And my concern is the public wants council to enforce the existing bylaws. We just went through a communications process with all the cottage associations, and one of the things they said, we have to do more enforcement. And I think today, council needs to enforce the bylaws. And I think for me to accept this particular project, I think we need to reduce the GFA, and I would basically say, eliminate the basement. There is no plans for the basement we saw, there's no plans for that basement right now. Obviously, there will be in the future, so my first thing would be get rid of the basement, and then that would reduce it down below the 175. I think if it's going to be in the location that you're proposing, which is 10 meters back, I do not want to see any blasting. If they want to go back 20 meters and blast up that hill behind, well, that they can do that, we have to, but in the location you want it right now, I would not want any blasting. In the sleeping cabin, I think the cover should be taken off that, so therefore the sleeping cabin would comply, the main building would comply, setbacks, I can live with 10 meters, and the lot coverage, I could probably live with that too. So, the property is somewhat screened by these trees, but as Councilor Douglas says, trees come and go, depends on Mother Nature. And I am quite concerned within the 6 Mile Lake zoning bylaws and official plan that vegetation screening is being used more and more as an excuse to build bigger and bigger. In fact, all the applications for oversized cottages recently have used vegetation screening as their main avenue around being able to build larger. So I think, as a council today, I think we need to be the enforcers of our new bylaws and official plans. And I think we need to take a stand. I think we're doing that tomorrow also, is taking a stand on what we think of GFA and so on. So that's kind of where I stand right now.
Comments? Councilor Douglas?
I just have one more comment. As Councilor Rubienko says, I would be much happier to see this come back into a little more compliance with the GFA. I do realize that they have made an effort to pick the proper envelope, which is where it's sitting right now. Most likely, if you went back and they were to build a bigger building, you would see it, because it would be sitting higher. But if they can bring it back into a little bit more into compliance, then go into a minor variance probably, in all likelihood, for the setback. I would be happier to see it go that direction than be able to support it tonight.
Out of curiosity, Gord, without coming to Committee of Adjustment or us, what would they be allowed to do right now?
Without council approval, through your worship, without council approval, they could continue with the existing deficient setback of 7 years. They could increase their existing width by 20%, and they could increase their GFA by 0.5%. So without council approval, they could build to the maximum of 275. And at an increased width of 20% of existing width, whatever that is, at the existing 7-year setback. With, so long as they can come into compliance with their lot coverage and 3 meters off the sleeping cabin, they could come forward with the building permit application and require the planning approval.
In the sleeping cabin?
Sleeping cabin, if they remove the 3 square meters of the front, they would come in compliance for 56 square meter sleeping cabin. As long as all of the structures combined, et cetera, would meet the lot coverage, which is one of their amendments to the zoning today. In terms of the floor area of the cottage, they could expand their existing cottage by 25%, 20%.
That's across the front or square footage?
They can increase their gross floor area by 25%, so an additional 57.25 square meters, and they can increase their dwelling width as viewed from the lake by another 20%. 20% more than what is there. The dwelling width isn't a variable here. They met the dwelling width, but they can increase their existing dwelling width by another 20%.
We wouldn't need a zoning change or Committee of Adjustment. How far apart are we really in all of this?
Well, increasing 25% of GFA takes them to 286.25. So they would need a planning approval because they're over the 275 there, but
they'd cut it off at 275.
Right, exactly. So they could go to 286.25 with 25%, or today at 365. So 80 square meters.
And what is the current proposal, including the basement?
The current proposal is 365 square meters, including the basement. And a lot of that GFA as well, they noted, is the screen porch. Basement, screen porch is in addition to what they have there today. So their GFA is broken down effectively into the basement and screen porch, which is 132.7 square meters.
And the width, they would be allowed now to go 25% more? And what is the width now? More?
Yes. To a maximum of 6 meters.
Okay, is the proposal 6 meters or larger at this point? In width?
All we know is the proposed dwelling width does imply, I don't have that number handy, but certainly.
So it's within the bylaw currently?
They are not requiring an amendment to the zoning bylaw to months. Because of their lot frontage, they're afforded a maximum dwelling width of 22 years.
Go ahead, Councillor. I'm really starting to struggle with this.
I think we all struggle with this metric. I think, for all intents and purposes, they're asking for 4,000 square feet, 3,928.83 square feet, where the official plan and the community plan allows for 2,000, correct me, 2,900, pushing 3,000. So we're looking at an increase above and beyond 1,000 square feet, which makes a little more sense to me and to most, I think, rather than the meters.
Most of that's in the basement.
Most of it's in the basement.
A quarter of it, or more, a third of it is in the basement.
Councillor Kay?
With the basement, for it not to be included in GFA, it's going to be
1.79 years.
which is in the old, like, almost
6 feet. Yeah, anything over 1.8 years counts toward GFA. So if they were to come in with 1.79 years, and you were to review a building permit, we would review it accordingly. We wouldn't count it toward GFA technically.
So, 6 foot, you could, 6 foot build, 6 foot basement would not be included in GFA.
Well, whatever that, if it's over 1.8 years, it would, yeah. So I don't know the exact conversion to imperial.
Councillor Bianco?
Technical question here. If we held them to the 275 square meters and they determined, well, get rid of the basement, we meant to do some work on the street and porch, but if we put a limit on the 275 square meters, and maybe with the bunkie going back to 56 square meters, in other words, get rid of the cover and so on, if they accepted that proposal, but they still had the 10-meter setback and maybe a lot coverage, would this not come back through the Committee of Adjustments? Can we just kind of basically make these changes and go through the Committee of Adjustments and not have to come back to Council with a zoning amendment?
Well, through your worship, council would have to make a decision on it one way or another. So it's before council now, and there has to be a decision of some kind made.
Yeah.
Without going into the detail, without doing all of the numbers and doing all the actual numbers, I don't know whether it would be a committee adjustment application even at that.
Why not?
Well, I guess just in terms of what is minor and what the tests of minor variance are relative to what the tests of the zoning amendment are. This is something more because it is clearly not a minor variance because of the land use implication. This application is not subject to the four tests of Section 45 of the Planning Act for minor variance at all. So when we review these applications, we don't consider the four tests. That's for the committee adjustment to consider for Section 45. So where it concerns gross floor area and then one or two other amendments to the zoning bylaw, we as staff acknowledge that, simply speaking, those are minor. We have obviously had some committee of adjustment decisions made at date, which included gross floor area, but it was the applicant's opinion and ours as staff that the gross floor area and the multiple of other amendments, this wasn't a minor variance right off the bat. They never even contemplated a minor variance application in this.
But I was saying though, if we got them back to 275, that would not go forward. If we got rid of the 3 square meters in the cabin, get rid of that one. So the only two things you have left is the 10 meters and the lot coverage. Two simple things, which could be then handled by the Committee of Adjustment. And that's what I'm going, is that if we put these limits on and say, okay, I don't care how you get down to 275, get down to 275, get down to 56 square meters at the bunkie, and then take your lot coverage and your setbacks to the Committee of Adjustments. That's why I was kind of going on this whole thing, but if this couldn't pass Committee of Adjustments, I'm having trouble passing it as a zoning bylaw.
If that was, is that a right question, or?
Well, I just wondering if that's possible to do that.
So through your worship, the Committee of Adjustment regards the application and considers them much differently. So it could very easily be that the Committee of Adjustment does not consider it as a minor variance per the 4 test, or council may. Because council is not bound by section 45 of the 4 test. Council has regard for different considerations in making a decision on a zoning amendment. So if council is only looking at the 4 test in this situation, then there might be a restriction on the entire consideration of the application, because the council is not bound by those 4 tests.
Councilor Cooper? Well, I'll come back to you, Rick.
I think you've sort of answered my question, and that is that if we're not bound by the 4 tests, and I'm not sure what sort of planning this is, frankly. That concerns me very, I'm very concerned about that aspect of it. Thank you.
Okay. The height of a basement is how many meters?
Through your worship, anything over 1.8 meters in height counts toward gross floor area in the Midwest.
So 1.8 meters is 5.905494 feet. So just shy of 6 feet. So I think it worked out to 5 foot 11 inch or something the last time I built a crawl space. So that's a consideration. So I saw Mr. Hunter's hand up. I'll entertain you at this point, and then I'm going to offer some suggestions.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the chance to speak to council on this. I've spoken with my clients as well. Based on the conversations, rather than try to make a decision on the fly, we would request that the matter be deferred so that there can be some discussion, so that we can compare the numbers and then come up with something that we believe would be more acceptable to council. As far as the process on whether it's a minor variance or whether it's a zoning amendment, Planning Act anticipates 2 ways of providing exemptions to the bylaw. Historically, the minor variance committee of adjustment was set up as a fast track for minor things that developed a number of tests. And again, I'm not sure that the committee of adjustment would not see these as minor variance under the circumstance, because the minor variance is not numbers, it's impact. So, that argument could be made. If there are revisions, because the application's been made as a zoning amendment, at this point, my feeling is that any ultimate solution would also come through as an exemption. Your zoning bylaw right now has several hundred, probably close to 1,000 special exemptions on properties in the township. Every one of those has been approved by council as an exemption to the bylaw, whether it's lot coverage, whether it's gross floor area, whether it's building height, whether it's setback, probably setback and gross floor area coverage are probably the main ones that keep coming up. So council has dealt with those very, very many times in a lot of areas. There are practices that have been done. So anyway, my request is that we defer the matter, have further discussion with staff based on council's comments as well, see what options are available, and then we would come back to council if that's acceptable.
Okay, well, thank you for that. That's where I was going to go with council, because there's a number of suggestions out there, and if the applicant's willing to sit down with our staff and take what we've said today and modify the application, that would save a little bit of aggravation, I think, on our part. So, I don't know, council, are you into deferral for a month and then it comes back? Now, we've still finished the public portion of this at this point, or if it's substantially changed, does that reopen that, or?
Yeah, through your worship, depending on the significance of the changes, we might recommend the holding of a second public meeting, depending on what is changed and how much is changed and what have you. So the applicant has that option as well, and so does council. So we would, as staff, determine whether or not changes after, first public meeting, but again, depending on the significance of changes.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'm getting a favorable nod for a deferral, so I will call the question for deferral. All those in favor of deferral? Deferral carries. Any opposed? Opposed? Deferral carries. So we'll see you in a month or something.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, folks, we worked through our lunch again, so I think I'm going to call a recess till about 1:15, 20 after 1, and then we'll go back at it again. So for those that are going to hang around for lunch, that's either the Tim Hortons, Hero Burger, Eat a Pit, over that way, or there's H&S across. Enjoy.
6, I
Very interesting person.
I know, I don't think we're gonna find any.
Okay, so
Well,
we've got two people that,
who are they?
yeah. We've got either, Bill Nickel or Shelby Lee. I think, you're bringing them or something. This one reached out to him, register. Yeah. With Karen, we're going to keep them together and wait for you to
Yeah,
provide.
keep them together for now.
Okay.
Yeah, keep them together for now, I'll get back to you probably in a... I'll get back to you. Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
sounds good.
okay.
Okay, thanks so much.
Maybe you know why this is happening, right?
Oh, probably, I am pretty smart.
Okay. See, my township email comes to me like that,
Oh, okay.
and nobody else's.
No. Well, goes to, right? Yeah, like that doesn't show up like that on my email.
No, when you send me one, it doesn't, but
No, I mean
everybody
when-
else, it comes up like that.
When you're copied.
I can't figure out why.
No, shows up like regular.
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. I think it has something to do with the fact that it's forwarded to your personal, but it
But
was
it's not that. It's not forwarded to my personal.
Really?
No, I decided I didn't want it forwarded to my personal.
Oh, well, then, no, I don't know.
Because then I don't have to,
It doesn't, Karen, it doesn't, affect anything.
yeah.
You're still getting your email. I wouldn't worry about it. Problem solved.
Well, yeah, I wasn't worried about it, I just couldn't figure out why
Mhm.
all of a sudden it changed like that. So. Okay, I'm being good, laugh back on airplane mode.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I've never seen so many people from Hanson Road in our council chamber.
That's all.
No, she's only good in the morning. We used to go at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, if I did it here, I'd be more flexible, but it's too dark tonight.
There were sandwiches left, Brad.
I was more concerned about dessert.
Oh, there's a few
There's,
as well.
if you're gonna get some of that, you better hurry.
It's like not a Danish, but like a strudel without the sugar on it, and it has chocolate in it.
I disappeared.
Well, you might have to go right now.
Snooze, you lose. Where are we at? Special. Yeah. I was gonna ask council if they do it. I'm stepping aside.
I think
Too awkward.
correspondence going on.
I'm glad you're here to speak to it.
Well, I would always appreciate that.
Right, but if I say 18,
Yeah.
Keep down the musician.
Yep.
Just lowering that. Here we go.
No, you're on next.
Do you have anything to communicate?
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And Councillor Rienko was away this morning, and I ended at number 11, communications from mayor and council. Anybody have any issue with allowing Councillor Rienko to have his say?
Nope.
Yes?
No, you can have 12 speeches, you can carry on with one.
I got a pontificate.
Okay, you're on.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make it short here. On August the 25th, Brad and I had a tour of the Wauwatosa landing, over by 6 Mile Lake. We think there could be some changes made to that landing whereby, first of all, we can clean it up, and secondly, we could probably expand that landing and the parking there quite easily with a lot of flat land there, so hopefully that could be part of the budget for next year. On the 29th of August, I had lunch with Jennifer Schneier before she went for her last chemotherapy, and she's in great spirits, and we hope to see her on Thursday. I guess along with Larry and Lori, I attended Keith Sherman's retirement party this past week. And although he is retiring, he's still going to be working 2 days a week at Seven Sound Environmental Association. On the 8th of September, I attended an all-day session up at the district. We're interviewing consultants for a governance review of the airport, the Muskoka Airport. We're hoping to take a look at how the airport is managed, and so there's a consultant who will be working on that over the next 6 months. And on this past weekend, I started my annual inland water quality sampling program. I've done Gibson Lake, Stewart Lake, I did Gala Lake yesterday. I'm doing Gloucester Pool on Wednesday, and next weekend, well, the coming weekend, I'll be doing Go Home Lake and Seven Rivers. So that should be all done by the end of this week. That's it.
Thank you. Lori?
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to cover the golf things that your Worship covered the last 2 years, but 1 year it was cold and rainy, and last year it was super, super hot. So I'm not a golfer, like Tony Locke, hoping this year that's right. So we'll fall for that. And I've been working on grant writing right now. I just finished the Ontario 150 Celebration Program, which is, you know, remember we didn't get the Canada 150 celebration. So in writing it, I can see why some of our community members didn't wish to write it, because it took me probably a good week, and that's a lot to invest, but we're hoping that we can get it. And I'm also writing one for the Ontario, on the Ontario 150 Community Capital Program, so that helped finish it this morning while you were working on your planning issues. And that's it.
Good, thank you. So we'll move to all the items in number 13. And I know there's some people sitting in the audience here that have endured all our public meetings, and they're all set to be able to tell us how to run our public meetings in the future. So I'm wondering if we could go to 13D at this point. I'm going to ask Councillor Bochek to sit in my chair, as I'm going to sit this one out.
Where's my chain?
Gavel's right at the front.
Yeah, we better watch it.
Make sure that's safe.
Oh, look how busy this thing is here. So, it's D. No, I'm going to bring it up. Unless you have it in writing.
I have the motion writing.
Let me do it. I'll get to the lands.
Okay, so this report, I present to you as a land swap proposal with 13 and 33 Hanson Road. You will remember a few times I have brought forward a report regarding 33 only. They had a minor variance, and the condition of the variance was to obtain ownership of the shore road allowance. That we then changed it to they could have a license of occupation for the parcel of land, because council wanted staff to come up with some sort of policy about dealing with the purchase of shore road allowance when a township maintained road runs through private property. Staff did come up with that policy that states that the township will take 20 meters of land in exchange for the 20 meters of shore road allowance. Staff has met with the owners of 33 Hanson Road and then with 13 Hanson Road, and both property owners have expressed interest in stating that they would only like to give up 10 meters of property in exchange for the 20 meters of land. Staff still recommend 20 meters, as that is what the policy states. But in your report, there are 2 letters, one from each property owner, stating the reasons why they would like to only give up 10 meters of property. And what's new to this report from the last ones is now the owner of 13 Hanson Road would also like to do a land swap for his shore road allowance, as well as 33. So the resolution I have in front of you states that council authorized the land swap with 13 and 33 Hanson Road, being the shore road allowance abutting the properties, in exchange for the strip of land being, and then I left of land, so council can discuss. While the policy and staff recommend 20 meters, the landowners are requesting that they are only having to give us 10 meters in exchange for the shore road allowance.
Okay, open it up to council if you have any questions for clarification. Councilor Mango?
Yeah, I have one question and a statement. How many people are on this road?
I do not have
Approximately,
that.
maybe.
How many, there's about 10 properties that serve the road service.
Okay. So, we have basically a dead-end road. I was on that road this weekend. It's basically no more than a 1 lane or a 1.5 lane road. Say it goes to a dead end, it's 10 people. We had 2 people who want it, and over the weekend, we got 3 letters of support for the 10 meters. So basically, half the people on the road have responded to this application, and they're all quite comfortable with the 10 meters. These individuals here are down near the end of the road, and it's very, very narrow down there. There's no way that the township is ever going to widen the road for 10 cottages and to say it's a dead end. So I think that road's going to remain the same for the foreseeable future. So I have no problem with the 10-meter issue. We did do it on Causeway Road, and when it went through private property. And I think in this case here, where you have a dead end, 10 cottages, 5 are in support, I think we should approve the 10 meters.
Councillor Douglas?
Thank you. I was wondering if operations could just elaborate with a close note version as to why they feel this particular road, and I realize it's a policy, should remain at 20 and not 10. The concerns?
Go ahead, say it.
Councillor Bocek. Chair, your worship.
I'll take your worship.
Come on, Brad. Talk it up.
So I've laid out most of the points in the report, and it's basically, for the most part, for future planning. And the one issue I would have is 10 meters in right now is with respect to snow storage, because when the snow is pushed out the road, it goes into the trees, and even as it's laid out now, we will be pushing snow onto private property, which is something we never want to do. So that's kind of the big short-term one. The other arguments are longer term. What utilities are going to come in, you don't want drainage problems, like, deal with the future, et cetera, et cetera. But it's a whole bunch of layers that can go on forever. With the short-term ones.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, go ahead, Cynthia.
How long has this road been in existence the way it is? Does anybody know?
I would say somewhere in the 32 to 34 years as a year-round road. It's been really closer to 50 years when it was extended through our property. And it was not a year-round road until maybe, I want to say, 1984, maybe. And so it's been at a test, township's been test riding it now for 32 years or more as a year-round road. And there's no drainage issues or issues with car, like any incidents or problems over the last 32 plus years that would indicate, any issues with the road.
Thank you.
Just for procedure, if you're going to speak, if you could address me and then and just put up your hand. And this is really not public, so we'll grant you that. And I thank you.
Thank you for the information. I'm going to supplement if I may.
Go ahead, Councilor Douglas.
Is there any way that we could manage the snow, because that sounds like it's a bigger issue? Is there any place to put the snow at the cul-de-sac, or we're going to have private property?
Through the mayor, not really, because the roads need to carry on the platform. I think the travel platform is about 4.5 meters wide. And probably a couple meters on the other side.
It's probably a little over, on average, over 5 meters of road. And the snow, like, I know one part of our road where we have some cedars, which I'd be more than willing to take out, because I know that one spot where you push the snow, it's not going to push through. So with 10 meters, if you plow the road, you will have enough room with a 10-meter path to push your snow without going and encumbering the property of the property owners or having an issue with snow pushback on the road. I don't think that is really a serious problem.
Does that satisfactory?
Can I have one?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll throw one more in. Thank you for that information. So if in fact, by chance this is approved today, could we not put some sort of agreement together with respect to the township's liability for snow removal and private property beyond 10 meters?
Through the chair, I guess we could work with them.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy Cooper? Oh, sorry, Kathy Cooper. There we go. Kathy Kay? Councilor Kay?
Whatever. This is a question to Brad, if possible. License of occupation agreement. That's what you're recommending?
That's correct.
Okay, and that allows people to continue to use that 20 meters to store their boats and do whatever. That, if you're gonna plow the roads and they have their boat within that 20 meters, and if you cover their boat, who's responsible?
Through the chair.
I'll take Jim.
Your worship.
Whoa.
The license occupation permit. So the Vermillions have improved the area that is being included in the 20 meters. It's on the north side of the road. We put in some driveways and a temporary structure that is a 2 couples or 1 cover home.
It's just a little entry, hut. But, yeah, look, our boats that we've stored, of course, over the years, obviously, you keep your trailer or your things back off the boat, so they're not in the way for snow coming, you don't leave anything up that close to encumber the operations of snow removal. That shouldn't be an issue either. No one's going to move your things back right off the boat.
So, short answer is the equipment that's stored on that improved part of the road is not kept close to the road. We did talk to them about all. That's not something I'm concerned about.
Thank you.
Can I ask the question of council, do you think that the 10 meter would be fine? See no problem?
I don't agree.
You don't agree? Okay.
20 for 10.
So do we Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to insert 10 here since the majority of the council has requested for 10. So I'll reread the resolution. Be it resolved that council authorizes land swap with 13 and 33 Hanson Road, being the shore road allowance abutting the properties in exchange for a strip of land being 10 meters wide that Hanson Road travels through the 2 properties. All those in favor? And that carries.
That's all we need.
You're going to do the rest?
No, it's okay.
Thank you, Councillor. So we'll go back to the first item, which is the red grant. CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. You'll notice that the 3 reports are mine, and they wouldn't necessarily be mine, but we were either between people, or didn't have people, or whatever, so I get to do whatever's left. This one is just housekeeping. I think I reported earlier to you that we were successful in the red grant. The project is already well underway, in fact, it's almost complete, should come to council in the next 3 months maybe. So council had approved going ahead whether or not we got the grant, so we did so, but in the meantime, we did actually get the grant. We require a resolution so that we can sign the grant agreement, so just housekeeping, move that project, that funding project along.
So I do have a resolution here, moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved that council adopt bylaw 2016-78, being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a contribution agreement with the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs for the business retention and expansion project in Mactier. So open it up for questions, comments? call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Second item.
Again, this one would normally be the treasurer, but Jeff has started it with the intention of Georgian King. You'll remember earlier on, you council approved moving the David Mello Cottage to the Percent House property. The owner of the building was looking for a tax receipt from the township. The township policy says any tax receipt over $20,000, I think is the threshold, requires maybe lower council approval. So we did work with CRA to get some guidance on what was acceptable and how many and all of those things. So we had one from the owner, we got our own, and we're recommending that council takes the average. There was Councillor Edwards that sort of has the knowledge on this, so just council information. He did email me to say he was fine with the average. He had a correction in my report, which is why I got reissued. So I made a correction and he was fine with the report. He corrected my tax knowledge, which is fine. I'm not a on it.
The resolution moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that the council approves the issuance of a charitable tax receipt to the owner of the David Milne Cottage in the amount of $57,500. Questions or comments? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Next.
Last month, I think it was last month, I reported that we were successful in getting a $100,000 grant from a Canadian grant. Canada Infrastructure Program. And right after I came to council to report it, they said, and oh, by the way, the council resolution to accept. So again, housekeeping. They don't like to tell me all these things at once, so I can do it efficiently. And in fact, it was due back to them today, but I explained to them that we had council today, so we're going to get it, and they'll look at the council authorized to do it, and they'll air, sign the resolution hopefully tonight, and they were good with that. The formality is to get this grant approved.
So this resolution is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council accepts a contribution of $100,000 from the Canada 150 Community Infrastructure Program and authorizes the mayor and clerk to execute the contribution agreement. Questions, comments? Councillor Rienko.
At the last meeting, I think Brad indicated that $100,000 wouldn't be enough just to do the roof. And he was going to do some more work on it to find out how much you can do with $100,000. Have we done anything on that since the last meeting?
All right.
At the last meeting, we talked about the $100,000 was 1/3.
Yes.
1/3, I think, yeah, just to be clear. Yep. So, and I can answer the bigger question.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the Mayor. I have been in contact with a representative from the roofing company that came out, they took a look at the roof, they were up on the roof, and by Thursday last week, I was supposed to have copies of, an estimate for a couple of options for the roof. I don't have it yet, and I'm on that.
Further questions, comments? Call the question. All those in favor? That carries. Resolution here moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Committee of the Whole recommends that Council adopt Bylaw 2016-67, being the revised Code of Conduct. Madam Clerk.
We can just get through this one as quickly as the CAO's report, so that'd be fantastic.
Okay, do you want to call the question now?
Should do it right now. Just to clarify, I did bring this to committee of the whole last month. I did leave the red line changed version on your agenda, but where it's highlighted, those are the two changes that I have made after meeting with Councillor Cooper and sending information to the Integrity Commissioner. So the two changes that I've made on top of the changes I presented to you at the last committee of the whole meeting. Under definitions, instead of pecuniary interest, I have changed that to state conflict of interest, because even though the definition of pecuniary interest was included in the definition, it's not included anywhere within the document, but conflict of interest is. So I've changed that to reflect conflict of interest, and the definition that is found from the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act is now put in the definitions for conflict of interest itself. And as a side note, conflict of interest is not something that's dealt with by the Integrity Commissioner or through the Code of Conduct. It's only noted in here to state that it's dealt with whoever is doing the complaint and their lawyer. So that's a separate matter. The second change that was made is under influence. It states that, this by the way is taken from the Bond Code of Conduct as recommended by the Integrity Commissioner for the Township. Under influence, it now states that members of council shall avoid the improper use of the influence of their office and conflicts of interest, both apparent and real. Members of council shall not extend in their discharge of their official duties preferential treatment to family members, organizations, or groups in which they or their family member have a pecuniary interest. So those are the two additional changes from what you saw last month at committee of the whole.
Councillor Douglas?
Jessica, could I just ask you to repeat what you said about conflict of interest? It no longer is part of the Integrity Commissioner?
It never was. So under conflict of interest, it's more of a more broad definition that includes pecuniary interest. But it's just because pecuniary interest is not within the Code of Conduct, so having a definition for it didn't make sense. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Motion carries. It should be the first thing you give the new candidate running for office. And if they get in and enough of them can change it. So the next item is an actier item. The resolutions moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Mayor and Council authorize the Mayor and Clerk A to execute the site plan agreement for lands legally described as Part Lot 5, Concession 4, Freeman, being Part 1, 35R-3764, Township of Georgian Bay, District Municipality of Muskoka, and being all of PIN 48006-0756, and in brackets LT, and known municipally as 15 Silver Sands Lake Road as a condition of development pursuant to Township of Georgian Bay bylaw number 97-3. And that bylaw number 2016-72, providing the authority of the mayor and the clerk A to enter into a site plan agreement for said lands be approved. I take it everybody knows where that property is from the legal description? Good.
I can help you if you want.
I'm gonna go by 15 Silver Sands Road.
Yes.
This is the budget appropriation proposal.
Yes.
Right. You would have seen a zoning amendment for several months up. So this is now the final step in the process. And we with operations we made with the fire department. Through the fire department, we resolved their concerns, so now it's just the final step before they obtain the building permit. James from Budget Appropriation is here if you have any technical questions, but that's just a general summary for you.
Okay. And bylaw 97-3, that's when the property was originally,
Bylaw 97-3 is our site plan agreement bylaw. So, it's not old, and our process is interest to update the site plan agreement bylaw.
okay. Good, so open it up to council. Council Bochek?
I have a question, technical question, I guess, maybe for our fire chief or for the representative from Budget Propane. And we didn't discuss this in our original deliberation. Are we adequately prepared to arrest or stop a fire that is a propane fire? I believe you need like a halon system, or you need a foam system or something to address it. Is this something that is going to be installed on site, or is it something that your command can take care of?
Through your worship, the Township of Georgian Bay Fire Department doesn't have the equipment that's required to, say, extinguish that fire. However, it's treated as a special operations fire, so you may be allowing that fire to burn off. There's a number of procedures that have to happen with that, checks and balances. The budget has to prepare an emergency plan, and it's up to them to make sure that their emergency plan can take into consideration for the public and safety and so forth, so evacuations. So if that propane tank, for example, is on fire, we know what the evacuation area is going to be, all that has been planned out and so forth. To walk right up and say, can we put that fire out? We have to judge that on what's happening at the time. So it could be that we're going to let it burn off and so forth. That emergency plan is, we get to comment as the fire department, we make our comments by what our local needs and circumstances are, and then the ministry will approve their plan.
I see. I'm just using, for example, sorry, Mr. Mayor, at a regular refueling station for automobiles, they have a fire suppression system up in the overhead and that type of thing. And I was thinking that a liquid flammable item which converts into gas would even be more dangerous than refueling a car. And if it's standard practice for a gas station to have a fire suppression system, would it not be standard practice for this too as well?
Currently, there is not a call in the building code that calls for that gas station to put in sprinklers. However, municipalities can enact bylaws to put suppression systems within, depending on the local needs and circumstances of the fire department. So to say that, putting a roof over top of that propane creates challenges with airflow and so forth. If it's able to vent, if you have a leak and it's able to vent and dissipate, the fire service may get involved to help do that, by moving the air faster and spraying some water and that type of thing.
But you have no concerns?
From this point forward, their plan has been looked at, approved by the former fire chief and Lindsay, fire prevention officer.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay. The next resolution is moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved that Mayor and Council authorize the Mayor and Clerk A to execute the site plan agreement for lands legally described as Park Block A, Plan 7, Baxter, Park Island K in Severn River of Lot 27 and Lot 28, Concession 2, Baxter, being parts 1 to 5, 35R-3638, Part 1, 35R-9495, and Parts 1 and 2, 35R-11006, except parts 5 and 6, 35R 16660, Georgian Bay Township, and being all of PIN 48017-0218, and in brackets LT, and known municipally as 263 Port Severn Road in Port Severn, as a condition of development pursuant to Township of Georgian Bay bylaw number 97-3, and that bylaw number 2016-73, providing the authority of the mayor and clerk A to enter into a site plan agreement for said lands be approved.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is Christie's Mill property, and there was minor variance that Councillor Kay and Councillor Douglas have seen recently. It pertains to a separate cottage on the property. So they tore down an old single-story one and put on a two-story cottage on the property. One of the conditions was that a site plan agreement be entered into, and this is the site plan agreement that fulfills that condition.
Okay, Councillor Rianko?
Were there any comments from the public on this at the committee of adjustment?
Unfortunately, I was not at that meeting, so I'll have to defer to Councillor Douglas and Payne.
I don't think there was any opposition to it. I don't recall.
Any other questions?
Can you
Call.
read it?
There.
Well, that question's a little dumb.
Any numbers correct, Madam Clerk?
Sure.
Who's the fact checker on
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that must be fun looking at all those parts. Did you say you needed to reread it? Okay. So call the questions. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Carries. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be resolved that the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL 08/16 to remove a holding H1 symbol 9119 and holding H10 symbol 1475 on the subject lands being portions of the water lot abutting 442 Lakeview Drive be approved, and that zoning bylaws 2016-74 and 2016-75 be approved. I think this was one of the questions I sent you a while ago, where I put my thing, 9119 doesn't apply anymore.
Right,
So where are we at?
yeah, so this is another one where we got the application some time ago, and it was before we had this recent OMB decision on 1475, so the report includes a technical all we're doing is amending 1475 to lift the whole lot of property.
Okay, so the EP zone doesn't affect this anymore now that 9119 is gone? I think I remember that's what the problem was a while back, where I couldn't get a dock or something.
Right, so in this case, that whole bay, I don't know the name of the bay, I'm sorry about that, but that whole bay is in private ownership.
The lake bed is.
Right, so landowners typically need the permission of that landowner before they install any shoreline structures. And the way we address that is by putting a hold in. So a hold is basically there until we have written confirmation from the landowner that they have no objection to the shoreline structure going in on the property.
Okay. So, does anybody else have any questions? Councilor Rianko?
On the diagram, the site plan on page 234, I guess. Well, first of all, maybe in future, like, we're getting a lot of diagrams that are turned 90 degrees, which makes it really hard to read. is there any way you can get all these things turned in future to proper upgrade? I know there's a bunch of them here in the whole package this time. Anyway, if you could do that. Secondly, there's a green mark on there in the middle. What's the purpose of that green? You have something in green there. If you're talking about a dock, why is that area green?
Which page are you on?
234.
And a green mark in the middle. I got yellow.
Well, whatever. Yes, well, I don't know if mine looks green.
Call it chartreuse and do it.
Whatever color it is.
It's like, it's,
Green chartreuse?
Lime green.
I see green printing at the bottom.
Right here.
Yeah, I'm just looking for it.
Yeah, okay. That's what we're trying to point out there.
I'm not sure what that is, but it's a diamond shape or a triangle shape.
Yeah,
right?
kind of.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
So the only thing we're talking about is a dock.
That's it, just a shoreline, yeah.
Any other good questions? So Coreyville Road, Lakeview Drive? One bigger. Last time I looked, there was no hand. Councillor Kay?
Okay, are we actually approving a dock, or are we?
No, just
Are
lifting
we
the
just
hole.
lifting the hole so that they can build?
So
You
then-
said we're approving a dock. Or someone said we're approving a dock. We're not approving a dock, we're just lifting the hole so they can apply to put a dock in.
I wasn't allowed to put a dock in before because in 9119, I believe it was zoned EP also. So then it was a whole other process to go through, but 1475 EP was lifted because it didn't make any sense, I guess, when we were doing the zoning bylaw.
Right. So that is part of it.
So we approve the dock.
All you're doing is, as the mayor suggested, is that we're lifting the holes to allow a dock to be installed on this property. They still have to go through a building permit.
Okay, yeah.
For a dock.
So, Rocha?
Just so I have a little bit of clarity on this. This is in Leduc Bay, I believe.
I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
And Leduc Bay is a man-made bay, and that's why there's a water lot in there, and that's why you can remove the EP. Am I understanding that correctly?
Technically, we can zone private land DP. That's not our concern.
Okay.
In this case, it's more the ownership is the issue, the water lots.
Of the water lots.
So we need that owner's permission to install shoreline structures on any of the properties in that bay. It's our own area.
Okay. Good, thank you.
I think we had this at council, what, beginning of the year or something like that? I remember something else, and it was, you just shake your head at some of the things that have happened in the past. So, any more questions? Not on this side? Not over here? Okay, so we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Lynn came in. Okay. Moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be resolved that council approves additional funding for the work management system enhancements from the reserve IT services to a maximum of $20,000. And then you're going to give us a Coles Note version of why you need more money?
Your worship. So just at a high level, this was the system that we put in last year for the combination of the finance and the operations department. And at the time that we purchased it, I think the system was still a little bit in a bit of a development stage, and we purchased it out of the box. And since then, they have added a few more enhancements to it, which will allow us to change the way that we do our work. And one of that, the most significant thing, is if we chose to start doing our timesheet entry out of this system versus our old system Vatum and then doing double data entry, which is where the situation we were in last year, then we're going to be able to have the ability to take that timesheet entry with the crew out into the field and do it with tablets. So we're taking a bit of a beta test this year. It needs to be paid for this year and built this year, doing a beta test next year. So basically, the biggest benefit out of it is to essentially do the same thing that we're doing with our inspectors. There's efficiency in that.
Questions from council? Don't see any. You sure over here?
Yeah.
Go check.
I'm not sure I understand this. I'm not the most tech-savvy guy, but is this basically a conversion type of thing? So we take data that's in one form and convert it into another form so we can implement it into the new system?
Well, that part's already underway and being done. What this is allowing us to do is to utilize the new system as our timesheet entry. Right now, we do that in Vatum. And when we process our timesheet, it then uploads to payroll to process payroll, and it uploads to the current maintenance management system that we're using to do all the costing to all of our activities, like snow plowing, grass cutting, all the things that we need to cost. We're losing that integration by going to the new system. So now, instead of doing the timesheet entry to capture all of the labor, vehicle, and material costs in Vatum, we need to do it in the new system, and then export a file from there to shoot up to that with payroll and pay the guys, but to capture all the costs within the new organization.
And is this something that can be implemented by our existing IT personnel?
No. The
No, it
file
has to
has to
go
be
to-
programmed by the person who owns the database.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Rainbow?
I'm just trying to get convinced here that spending $20,000 on doing some timesheets is a cost benefit worthwhile.
It's going to eliminate, like, 3%.
Yeah, so where are we saving money? I know we're saving some money, but $20,000 is a lot of money to spend to try to save some money. So how soon will this get paid back?
My estimate would probably be that it would be paid back in probably less than 2 years. The state that we were in at the time that we purchased the software was we were going to have to continue to do timesheet entry into our current payroll system, and then an operations person, probably the technical assistant, would have to duplicate that entry into the operations system so that those costs would be right against the activity. So we were looking, right off the bat, looking at having to do double entry. This eliminates that.
Councilor Douglas?
Thank you. So is it safe to say then that this is going to save staffing time on the double entry, and maybe on top of that, that staff in itself will stay in 2 years, but it would free the staff up again to do other things? Through your worship? Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Councilor Bochek?
So this program is going to cost us $20,000. That's for the software program. What hardware requirements are involved to implement this software? Do we have to buy tablets for the guys out on the roads and operations and that? Is this just the start? We need to have this as groundwork, and then we have to buy a bunch of hardware to make it efficient?
Through your worship, yeah, so this 20,000 is to produce the export and import files so that the two systems can talk to each other, the new work system and our current payroll system. And then we can continue to keep doing timesheet entry in that new system. It does have the ability to take that out to the field in a tablet further down the road and then bring it back and sync the system, much as the same way the inspectors do. So a tablet purchase, if we wanted to do field entry, yes, that would be a cost further down the road in the future budget.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? It carries. Okay. And I believe our last item. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council, and I have 4 bullet points here, strikes an ad hoc CAO Performance Appraisal Committee consisting of Mayor Braid as chair and Councillors Cooper and Douglas as members. Second bullet, completes the 2016 annual appraisal in September 2016 using the format provided. Third bullet, engages former interim CAO Ted Walker to manage the 2016 formal evaluation process. And the last bullet, directs the CAO Performance Appraisal Committee to strike goals annually with the CAO on a go-forward basis, meet quarterly to review those goals and report to Council in closed session on the outcome of these meetings. We'll open it up to Council for discussion. Any discussion? Okay. Councillor Cooper?
It's pretty much the same process as we followed last year, correct?
I think so. It looks like they just changed the date from 2015 to 16. So
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Clarification.
pretty much. Sorry?
So is this just recommending to me for this year's development?
Yes.
So basically, it's repeat of last year.
Similar people on it, yes?
Great. Thank you.
And I take it you've probably talked to Ted?
Yes, sir, yes, I have spoken to Ted, he is available and it's his process. Our CAO anniversary is, I believe, this Friday of the year. So we need to get the process started.
3 years.
That'll be a record.
Yep.
You're a bear for punishment, aren't you? So I ran into Ted on Thursday night, I think it was. And I said, are you up to it? And he said, yes. Anything from over here? No? Over here? Councillor Douglas?
I think I would just, well, I would just like to make a comment on this. Our committee last year had, there was a couple things that came to mind when I was looking at this, and I do believe that we, in that review, we had said to our CAO that we would have, I think it was bi-monthly or quarterly meetings with our CAO to see how things were going and see if she was hitting her targets that she wanted to. And I hate to say it, but I don't recall that we've done that this year, and I think I would like to apologize to our CAO because she has had a lot on her plate this year, many challenges with our staffing deficiencies and so on. So hopefully we will adhere to our agreements this year with you.
More or less on the side, though, I think we meet with her every month.
Oh, we do. Thank you.
I think it's all going well.
And we get updates and that sort of thing, but yeah, we better set some particular dates this time and just address that specifically. So.
Your Worship, if I may, on bullet one, I wasn't envisioning you struck a new committee. I was assuming that the state committee would continue this work, so I don't know that you necessarily need that first bullet. You already struck the committee last year. It just wasn't a very active committee.
Depends how you look at it. We've been very active. So, anything else? Call the question. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Susan, were you here for the Lakeview Drive thing?
Yes.
Because you came in, we'd already finished it. We lifted the H. We took the H out of it, okay?
Thank you.
And so we are now done this agenda. That's amazing. So we do have 2 more resolutions.
Thanks, Justin.
So moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved that council adopt bylaw 2016-86, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the September 12, 2016 council meeting. Questions, comments? All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. And the final one, moved by Councillor Bocheck and seconded by Councillor Douglas. Seems to me that's the only ones that signed resolutions. Right? Yeah. Okay. So hopefully other people noticed that others were here. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 2:13 p.m. until the special meeting of the council, September 12, 2016, at 3 p.m. Questions, comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Good. So we'll take a break until the 3 o'clock due.
Sorry, Stephen. I know this is the space here.
I remember that one.
Larry, I'm surprised that you didn't get arrested along with your Padres for that fundraiser. Well, the OPP arrests like Mike Burkett and Tony Clement, arrests a whole bunch of people and then puts them in jail, and you got to raise bail for them and get them out of jail. Yeah, I'll send it.
They don't like me.
They might keep you there. I'll send it to you. It's an initiative by the OPP. Matter of fact, are you on my list of media releases from the OPP?
I think so.
Oh, yeah? I'll just send it out to them. Yes. Yeah, it was actually a friend of ours. Yes, Island 95, Todd Franklin. Todd Franklin owned PPG metal buildings. Nice guy. I golfed. It hasn't been released.
Do we need to check all these numbers?
But him and I golfed together and do a bunch of stuff. It's very tragic. Yeah.
Family?
Yeah, actually, his son and my son are all hockey players. He played for working for Florida State University, and so that's how we do it. Very sad.
Yeah, because I think I missed one day, I got your OPT thing saying that you found them all, but then we knew that because there was stuff up there.
Yeah.
But then they didn't put the name, and then it was
Yeah, they still haven't, there's so much investigation that has to go on and everything else. I don't know if it'll ever become public. It's not one of those things that is public interest.
Couple of people that are on other lots, all the way across.
Yeah, no, it's, they're made farm. Yeah. No, I mean, there's lots of rumors flying around Honey Harbor, and I've heard them, of, how it happened. I know how it happened. I would like the OPP to do a press release on it, so all the stupid rumors stop.
Yeah. Did you see that?
Two in 1 year worship. By the way, we'll still be on good terms. I'm having my wife capture that off of YouTube. Put it on, it'll be your ringtone, it'll be my ringtone, and it'll be there forever. Oh, this is great. Joel.
There should be a folder that says first, which is all the words, versions.
That's very well written, this.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That's really written. Nice. Just thought we could give that back to Catherine when you're done, but that's very well done. There's no tribute there.
Yeah, good job.
So, I mean,
I'm sure you're on my list, Mary. I think I'm on my list. If you want, I'll CC you.
Yes.
but anyway, so, I guess the other question is still at that.
Yeah, he was quite a guy, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I've worked with him on occasion.
All right.
Yeah.
We had a few good chin wags here.
But if he has to be there, then that's one thing. The bylaw tries to make the proactive approach of some of the garbage, trying to make sure you clean up. So we don't have a legal right to demand their names or anything. However, most of them there are there for the right reasons, so they're cooperative and they give you names. So
We could even get Peter Cooper arrested. Right? Just make sure it's on the council. Trying to see who else is involved. So Mike Burkett, Mayor of Severn Township. Who else? Bruce Stanton. Vince Fox. Yes, yeah, I gotta put it in, yeah. It's gonna be closer, now, maybe a tiny bit later.
You want to do it 2:33?
2:30, I'm fine.
Okay, why don't we do it?
Let's do it 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
I have to come in from
Well, I
Penn
think we'll go from 98 to 2 o'clock.
Yeah, 3 o'clock, okay.
Okay, we're on the way home.
3 o'clock Friday would be great.
Horrible to fantastic. Just a bit of history. But anyway,